Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never really talked about this outside my family, but I need to share what my parents experienced at Termas de Puyehue back in the 90s. I grew up hearing this story, and honestly, it still makes the hair on my neck stand up. My parents met while working at this famous hot springs resort in southern Chile. Mom was 19, working in housekeeping, and Dad was 21, helping in the kitchen. It was supposed to be just a summer job for both of them before university, but it turned into something that would change their lives forever, and not just because they fell in love there. They always described Termas de Puyehue as this beautiful, almost magical place nestled in the Andes. The hotel itself was built in 1910 and had this old-world charm with wooden beams and stone walls. During the day, it was paradise. Lush forests, steaming hot springs, and the kind of mountain views you see on postcards. But at night, that's when the place transformed. Last month, I visited my parents for dinner, and after a few glasses of wine, I asked them to tell me the story again. Even after all these years, I could see Mum's face tense up. Dad just stared at his glass for a moment before speaking. It was the second week of February 1996, Dad began. We had been working there for about 3 months. The days were long, tourists everywhere, demanding this and that. We were exhausted but young, you know? When you're young, you find energy from nowhere. Mom nodded. It was a Tuesday night. I remember because Tuesdays were slower, and we had longer breaks. The hotel manager was more relaxed about schedules. They had become part of a small group of employees who would hang out during breaks. There was my dad Luis, my mom Claudia, their friends Marco and Valentina who worked at the front desk, and Felipe, one of the maintenance guys. That night they finished their evening shifts around 11:30. The hotel guests were mostly in their rooms or at the small bar near the lobby. The 5 of them met up behind the kitchen, where employees usually took smoke breaks. It was Marco's idea, Mom said, still sounding a bit annoyed after all these years. He'd been working there longer than us and knew all the spots around the property. He kept talking about this trail that led to a hidden hot spring pool in the forest. Dad continued, "We all knew that guests and staff weren't supposed to use the forest trails after dark. It was a strict rule. The forest was dense and people could easily get lost. But Marco insisted this spot was special, a small natural pool that only staff knew about, more private than the main springs." The night was unusually warm for February in southern Chile. Mom said she remembered how still the air felt. No wind, just this heavy quiet hanging over everything. They debated for a few minutes whether they should go. Mom was hesitant, but she didn't want to be the only one staying behind. "We were so stupid," Mom said, shaking her head. "We had 3 lighters between the 5 of us and 1 small flashlight that Felipe brought from the maintenance room. That was it. No proper lights, no jackets, nothing." They snuck past the pool area and entered the forest trail from behind a storage shed. The trail was marked during the day, but at night it was nearly impossible to follow. The trees were massive, old-growth forest that had been there for centuries. The canopy was so thick that even on clear nights you couldn't see the stars. Dad described how the temperature dropped as soon as they entered the trees. The warm night instantly turned cool and damp. The flashlight beam barely cut through the darkness, creating more shadows than light. "We were laughing at first," Dad said. "Marco was in front, holding the flashlight. Felipe and Valentina were right behind him. Your mom and I were at the back. We were all trying to be quiet, but you know how it is when you're trying not to make noise. Everything seems louder." They had walked for about 15 minutes when Mom said she started feeling uneasy. The forest had gotten quieter. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the sound of their feet on the trail and their breathing. She grabbed Dad's hand and squeezed it hard. I felt it too, Dad admitted, like something was watching us. I remember thinking it was just my imagination running wild because we were somewhere we weren't supposed to be. Marco had stopped to check his bearings. The trail forked, and he was trying to remember which way led to the hidden pool. They all huddled together, flicking their lighters to see better. The small flames cast bizarre shadows on their faces and made the surrounding forest seem even darker. "That's when I saw him," Mum said, and I noticed her hand trembling slightly as she took a sip of wine. Standing about 20 meters down the left fork of the trail, just standing there. Dad nodded slowly. At first, we thought it was another hotel employee, maybe security coming to bust us for being on the trails after hours. But then, the figure was tall, taller than anyone they knew. Mom estimated at least 6.5 feet. He was wearing what looked like a formal black suit, completely out of place in the middle of a forest at midnight. His face was pale, not just white, but almost glowing in the darkness. And despite the pitch-black forest, he was wearing dark sunglasses. "He didn't move," Mum continued. "Didn't say anything, just stood there facing us. Marco called out, asking if he worked at the hotel. No response. Felipe, trying to ease the tension, shouted that they knew the trails were closed after dark and that they were heading back. Still, nothing from the man. What freaked me out most," Dad said, "was that he had no light source, nothing, no flashlight, no lighter. How was he navigating the forest in complete darkness? And why the sunglasses at night?" The 5 of them stood frozen, unsure what to do. The man finally moved, turning slightly and walking deeper into the forest down the left fork. His movements were smooth, almost gliding. He never looked back, never spoke, just disappeared into the darkness. "It was like he dissolved into the trees," Mom said. "1 second he was there and then nothing. We couldn't see or hear him anymore." Marco immediately turned the flashlight toward the main trail and they all started walking, then running, back toward the hotel. No one spoke until they reached the edge of the forest. They were all breathing hard, not just from running, but from fear. When we got back to the hotel grounds, we just looked at each other, Dad said. No one wanted to say what we were all thinking. Valentina was the first to speak. She asked if anyone else noticed that the man had no flashlight, but was walking confidently in the pitch-black forest. They all had. "We tried to rationalize it," Mom explained. "Maybe he was a local who knew the trails by heart. Maybe he had night vision goggles under those sunglasses. Maybe he was just messing with hotel staff who were breaking the rules." But none of those explanations felt right. The man's presence, his stillness, the formal attire, the sunglasses at night, it all felt wrong, otherworldly. They made a pact not to tell anyone at the hotel. They were already breaking rules by being on the trails, and they didn't want to risk their jobs. But privately, they kept discussing what they saw. The next day, Dad asked some of the older staff about strange sightings in the forest. One of the maintenance workers who'd been there for decades just shook his head and said, "The forest has its guardians. Best not to disturb them after dark." Felipe, who was Chilean and grew up in a village not far from the hotel, later told them about local legends of El Hombre de Negro, the man in black. According to stories his grandmother told him, these figures appeared to those who trespassed in sacred places or broke important rules. They weren't exactly harmful, more like wardens or watchers. "For weeks after that night I couldn't sleep properly," Mom admitted. "I kept seeing that figure standing in the darkness. I started taking different routes around the hotel, avoiding windows that faced the forest after sunset." Dad nodded in agreement. "We all did. Marco even requested a schedule change so he wouldn't have to walk to his staff quarters after dark." "What's strange," is that none of them ever went back to the forest trails at night. Even during the day, they stuck to the main paths, the ones with other people around. Mom and Dad ended up working at the hotel for another 6 months before moving to the city for university. They never saw the man again, but they never forgot him either. "Do you think it was just someone messing with you?" I asked them that night at dinner. "Maybe another employee who knew you weren't supposed to be there?" They both shook their heads. Dad leaned forward, his voice lower than before. "The thing is, we checked with security the next day. We were casual about it, just asking if anyone else was authorized to be on the property at night. The head of security was clear, all staff were accounted for, and no guests had access cards for the forest trails after dark." Mom added, "And think about it. No light source, in a forest so dark you can barely see your hand in front of your face. Those sunglasses, and the way he moved, it wasn't normal." I've tried researching the history of Termas de Puyahué since then. The resort has been there since 1910, built on land that indigenous Mapuche people considered sacred for centuries before that. The hot springs themselves were believed to have healing properties, but also served as boundaries between our world and others. My parents have been married for 26 years now. They're rational, level-headed people who don't believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff. But to this day, they won't go hiking in forests after dark. They won't even walk on dimly lit paths in city parks at night. "Some things you can't explain," Dad told me as I was leaving that night, "and some places demand respect. Whatever or whoever we saw that night was sending us a message. The forest wasn't ours after dark." I still don't know what to make of their experience. Was it a ghost? A guardian spirit? Just a strange local with an unusual habit of walking in pitch-black forests, wearing formal attire and sunglasses? What I do know is the genuine fear I still see in my parents' eyes when they tell this story. Something happened in those woods that February night in 1996. Something that changed them forever. And sometimes, when I'm in a forest as the sun begins to set, I find myself looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees for a tall figure in a black suit. Story 2. I've been working as a correctional officer for over 15 years now, across different facilities in Texas and Michigan. Night shifts can get pretty weird sometimes. You're tired, it's quiet, and your mind can play tricks on you. At least that's what I always told myself. I was never one to believe in ghosts or any of that supernatural stuff. I was the guy who laughed at those ghost hunting shows and rolled my eyes when co-workers talked about haunted parts of the prison. That all changed during my time at the Texas intake facility. I still remember that first night like it happened yesterday. I was working in one of the lower security housing units, just a standard night shift that was supposed to be uneventful. Around 3 in the morning, I started hearing these loud, banging sounds coming from down the hallway. This wasn't normal at all. All inmates should have been in their bunks, and even if someone was up, they wouldn't be making that kind of noise. Not unless they wanted to get in serious trouble. I turned to my partner, Mike, and asked him what the hell that was. The look on his face wasn't what I expected. He wasn't confused or alarmed. He just looked resigned, almost annoyed. "That's just the unit," he said, not even looking up from his paperwork. "This place is haunted, man. You'll get used to it." I thought he was messing with me, hazing the new guy on the block. But the banging continued, getting louder and more insistent. Mike finally looked up and sighed. "It's probably that door again, the one to quiet cell 3. They say some prisoner choked to death on his food in there a few years back. Nobody likes to work that area." Now I was sure he was just trying to freak me out. I decided to check it out myself, partly because it was my job and partly because I wanted to prove there was a logical explanation. As I walked down the dim hallway, the banging got louder. When I turned the corner, what I saw made my blood run cold. The door to quiet cell 3 was shaking violently, like someone was pounding on it from the inside, trying desperately to get out. But there was nobody in there. I'd done the count myself earlier. And even if someone was in there, they couldn't possibly make the heavy metal door shake like that. I approached slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The banging stopped suddenly as I got closer, which was even more unsettling. I checked the cell through the small window, completely empty. I checked the lock, secure. There was absolutely no explanation for what I'd just seen. With shaky hands, I radioed Mike. The door was moving, but there's nobody in there. He just laughed. Told you, wait till you see the handprint. What handprint? I asked, but he didn't respond. I decided to head back to the control center, but something made me turn around and look at the cell door one more time. That's when I saw it, a steamed-up handprint on the glass of the door's window. It wasn't there a minute ago, I swear. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I practically ran back to the control center. Mike just smirked when he saw my face. Now you believe me. I tried to rationalize it. Temperature differences, maybe someone had touched the glass earlier and the print just now became visible. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. That was just the beginning. A few nights later, I was working in a different unit at the same facility. I was monitoring the security cameras when I noticed a prisoner sitting at one of the tables in the day room. This was odd because it was after lockdown. Nobody should have been out. I radioed my partner to check it out, but when I looked directly at the day room through the glass, there was nobody there. Confused, I looked back at the monitor and the prisoner was still there, clear as day. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was just tired, but when I looked again, I watched as the figure slowly faded away until it vanished completely. I rewound the footage, and sure enough, there he was, sitting at the table 1 minute and then slowly disappearing the next. No walking away, no sudden movement, just gradually fading into nothing. My heart was racing as I showed my partner. He wasn't surprised at all. Yeah, that happens sometimes. We think it's the guy who killed himself at that table about 10 years ago. That same night, something else happened that I still can't explain. I was doing rounds when I noticed a wet floor sign in the hallway. No one was mopping, so I figured someone had just forgotten to put it away. I grabbed it and put it in the porter closet, making sure to lock the door behind me. Not 5 minutes later, as I walked back down the same hallway, the sign was there again, right in the middle of the floor. I thought I was losing my mind. I called my partner over, and together we put the sign back in the closet, double-checking that the door was locked. We decided to watch from the end of the hallway just to see if any of the night porters were playing a prank. What happened next still gives me chills. The sign, which was sitting flat on the floor in the middle of the hallway, suddenly tipped over on its own. There was no draft, no vibration, nothing that could have caused it to move. It slammed to the ground with a loud clatter, and then, I swear on my life, it slid quickly up the hallway like someone was dragging it before stopping right in front of the closet door. My partner and I just looked at each other. Neither of us wanted to touch that sign again. The worst experience happened in the high security unit. There was this prisoner in a close observation cell. We put guys there when they're at risk of hurting themselves. He'd been complaining for days that he was hearing voices telling him to do terrible things. The psych staff had evaluated him and adjusted his meds, but he kept getting worse. I was doing checks that night, looking in on him every 15 minutes as required. Around 1 in the morning, he seemed unusually calm, just sitting on his bunk, staring at the wall. But when I checked back at 1:15, what I saw will haunt me forever. He was standing in the middle of the cell, arms raised above his head, blood streaming down from his wrists. He'd somehow managed to bite into his own wrists, tearing the skin open. But it wasn't just the blood that terrified me. It was the way he was standing there, completely still, speaking in what sounded like another language, not Spanish or anything I recognized. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before. His voice was different too, deeper, almost guttural. I called for backup immediately, and we got him medical attention. Later, when he'd recovered enough to speak, he had no memory of what happened. said the last thing he remembered was hearing a voice telling him to let it in. After a year at that facility, I transferred to a prison in Michigan, partly because I wanted to be closer to family, and partly because I couldn't handle any more nights in that Texas unit. Little did I know I was going from bad to worse. The Michigan prison was built in 1877. The place had history you could feel in the walls. From my very first shift, things felt off. Doors would slam shut with no one around. I'd hear my name whispered when I was alone in the control center. Cold chills would pass through me randomly, even in the middle of summer. One night, I was working in the oldest unit by myself. Most of the unit had been renovated, but there was a section that had been condemned, deemed unsafe, and waiting for funding to either restore or demolish it. Nobody went in there except for occasional maintenance checks. Around midnight, I started hearing banging coming from a door that led to that condemned section. At first I tried to ignore it, but it got louder and more insistent. I knew I had to check it out. What if an inmate had somehow gotten in there? I approached the door slowly, my flashlight in one hand and my radio in the other. The banging stopped as I got closer. I put my hand on the door. It was ice cold, much colder than it should have been. When I pulled my hand away, I felt a cold breeze, like someone had opened a window in the middle of winter, even though it was June, and all windows in that section had been boarded up years ago. The hairs on my arms stood on end, and I had this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me from the other side of that door. I backed away slowly and returned to the control center, trying to shake off the feeling. I decided to distract myself by watching some TV. We had a small set in the control center for slow nights. I turned it onto a basketball game, but after a few minutes, the channel changed on its own. I thought I might have sat on the remote, but it was on the desk, out of reach. The channels kept flipping faster and faster until it stopped on static. The volume increased until the static was blaring through the small room, and then suddenly cut off. The TV went black, and in the reflection of the screen, I swear I saw someone standing behind me. I spun around, nobody there. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. A few nights later, I convinced another officer, Dave, to come with me to check out the condemned section. I know it was stupid, but I had to know what was in there. We brought our flashlights and radios and made our way through the old door. The air inside was stagnant and smelled like mold and something else I couldn't identify, something almost metallic. Our flashlights cast eerie shadows on the peeling paint and crumbling plaster. Water damage had warped the floors, and parts of the ceiling had collapsed. We were about 50 feet in when we both heard it, footsteps running toward us from the darkness ahead. Not just walking, but full-on sprinting. Dave's flashlight caught a glimpse of something moving, but I couldn't make out what it was, just a dark shape disappearing around a corner. Neither of us needed to say anything. We both turned and ran back the way we came, the sound of running footsteps getting closer behind us. We made it to the door and slammed it shut behind us, both of us breathing hard. That's when I noticed the marks on Dave's arms, long red scratches, like claw marks, running from his elbows to his wrists. He hadn't had those when we went in, and there was nothing in that hallway that could have caused them. They weren't bleeding, but they looked fresh, angry and red against his skin. Dave requested a transfer the next day. I didn't blame him. I've tried to rationalize everything I experienced. Maybe it was stress, lack of sleep, or my mind playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. Those prisons held more than just living inmates. They held something else, something that doesn't want to leave. I still work corrections, but I requested day shifts only. Nothing has happened since, but sometimes, when I'm doing my rounds and pass by certain cells or hallways, I get that same cold feeling washing over me. And I swear sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I can see someone watching me, someone who shouldn't be there. Story 3. I've been in the Army National Guard for 17 years, and I've seen some shit. Afghanistan, Iraq, the works. But nothing prepared me for what happened last March at Fort Irwin. I'm still trying to make sense of it. I was part of a 12-person team staying behind after our unit's training rotation. Most of our battalion had already gone home, but we needed to prep equipment for our upcoming Middle East deployment. Standard stuff. Inventory, maintenance checks, paperwork. Should have been boring as hell. Fort Irwin is this massive training center in the Mojave Desert in California. If you've never been, picture a dusty hellscape where the army sends units to play war games before real deployments. The place is a strange mix of permanent facilities and temporary structures that have been there so long they might as well be permanent. Due to some housing shortage, typical army bullshit, they put us in what they call augmentee billeting, basically a square arrangement of 4 buildings with a courtyard in the middle. Each building had 4 rooms with 3 beds each. The weird thing was the bathroom situation. There was a male bathroom shower facility at the far end of the complex, maybe 100 yards from our assigned building. But directly behind our building was another bathroom, literally 20 feet away, that was kept locked. After our first night of walking the length of the complex in the dark just to take a piss, I asked the housing manager, a civilian contractor, if we could use the closer bathroom. "Not available," he said, not even looking up from his computer. "Not available, why? It would make more sense for us to use that one since we're right there," I pressed. He finally looked at me. "That facility is not available. You need to use the one you were assigned." Something about his tone shut me up. I've been a sergeant major long enough to know when to push and when to back off. This felt like a back-off moment. For the next few days, things were uneventful. We'd work all day on our equipment, grab dinner at the DFAC dining facility, and then crash early because we were exhausted. The bathroom trek was annoying but manageable. Then came that Thursday night. I had gone to dinner with my team and stayed behind to finish some paperwork while they headed back to the billeting area. It was around 8:30 when I finally walked back alone. As I approached our square of buildings, I noticed military police vehicles with lights flashing parked outside the building adjacent to ours. My first thought was that someone had gotten into trouble, maybe a fight or contraband in the rooms. I started walking faster, worried it might involve one of my soldiers. As I got closer to our building, I passed by the locked bathroom facility. That's when I heard it, screaming. Not like someone was hurt, but angry screaming, like someone was in a rage. And underneath that I could hear water running, lots of it, like multiple showers going full blast. I stopped dead in my tracks. The screaming was definitely coming from inside the bathroom, but the doors were still locked with those heavy-duty padlocks the army uses. There was no way anyone could be in there. I'm not proud to admit it, but my first instinct was to keep walking. 17 years in the military teaches you that getting involved in weird shit usually means paperwork and problems. But I'm also a senior NCO, and I couldn't just ignore what sounded like someone in distress. I walked up to the bathroom door and placed my ear against it. The screaming had stopped, but I could clearly hear someone moving around inside. Heavy footsteps splashing through water, things being thrown or knocked. Over? I tried the door again, but it was definitely secured. "Hey," I shouted, "is someone in there?" The noises stopped immediately. Complete silence. Not even the water running anymore. That's when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something felt very wrong. I pulled out my phone and called the MP station. "This is Sergeant Major Thomas at Augmentee Billeting. I need someone to come check out the locked bathroom facility behind Building C. I think someone might be trapped inside." "We have units already on site, Sergeant Major. They'll be right over," the dispatcher replied. While waiting, I tried looking through the windows, but they were those frosted glass blocks that you can't see through. I paced back and forth, wondering if I should try to break the lock. Then I heard the footsteps again from inside, but slower this time, like someone was carefully walking around. 2 MPs showed up a few minutes later, a male sergeant and a female specialist. They didn't look surprised when I explained what I'd heard. Housing office should have the keys, the sergeant said, then turned to the specialist. Radio Jenkins and tell him to bring the master set. While we waited, I asked, "You guys already had units in the area? I saw some vehicles by Building A." The female MP shifted uncomfortably. "Yeah, we got a call about noises coming from empty rooms." "Does that happen a lot around here?" I asked. They exchanged a look but didn't answer. A third MP arrived with the keys. Before opening the door, the sergeant turned to me. "Sergeant Major, we've got this. You can head back to your billets if you want." "I'd rather see what's going on," I insisted. He nodded reluctantly. "Stay behind us, then." As soon as the MP unlocked the padlock and pushed open the door, the atmosphere changed. The air that rushed out was frigid, way colder than it should have been for a desert night in March. The lights were all on inside, and I could see several shower heads still dripping water. Toilet paper, paper towels, and cleaning supplies were scattered across the wet floor, but there was nobody inside. The MPs did a thorough search. The building was a simple layout, a row of toilet stalls, urinals along one wall, and shower stalls at the back. There were no other exits besides the front door we'd just entered, no windows that could open, nowhere for anyone to hide. "What the fuck?" I muttered, looking at the mess. "I heard someone in here. Multiple someones." The female MP was checking the shower drains, avoiding eye contact. The sergeant was examining the stall doors. One was hanging off its hinges. "These were all fixed last week," he said quietly. I walked to the back of the facility where the showers were. The floor was soaked, water still pooling in places. 5 of the 8 shower heads had been running recently. I touched one of the knobs. It was ice cold. "Who has access to this place?" I asked. The third MP, Jenkins, finally spoke up. "That's the thing, sir. Nobody's supposed to. This facility has been locked for years except for maintenance." Then what the hell did I hear? The sergeant sighed deeply. "Sergeant Major, how long is your unit staying here?" "Another 9 days." He nodded slowly. "You might want to request different billeting." "Why? What's going on here?" The MPs were already moving toward the exit, clearly uncomfortable. "We need to file our report. Maintenance will clean this up tomorrow." I followed them outside, getting frustrated. "Look, I've got 11 soldiers under my command staying right next to this place. If there's something I should know about, tell me now." The sergeant stopped and turned to face me. "It's just an old building with plumbing issues, sir. Pipes make noise. Wind gets in somehow. Nothing to worry about." But his eyes told a different story. After they left, I went back to my room. My soldiers were playing cards and watching movies on their laptops, normal evening activities. I didn't mention what had happened. What would I say? That I heard ghosts in the bathroom. They'd think their sergeant major had lost his mind. I couldn't sleep that night. Around 2 in the morning, I heard someone in the hallway and opened my door to find one of my specialists coming back from the far bathroom. "Everything okay, Thomas?" I asked. "Yeah, confusing. We have the same last name." "Yes, Sergeant Major. Just had to use the latrine." "Did you see or hear anything unusual on your way there or back?" He gave me a strange look. "No, Sergeant Major, why?" "Just checking. Had some reports of people messing around the billeting area." The next morning, I went to the housing office as soon as it opened. A different civilian was working, an older guy with gray hair who looked like a retired first sergeant. "I need to know what's going on with that locked bathroom behind Building C," I said without preamble. He stared at me for a long moment. "Had an incident last night?" "Yes, MPs came out, but nobody would give me a straight answer." He sighed and looked around, then lowered his voice. "Look, I'm not supposed to talk about this. It's bad for morale or some bullshit. But you're a sergeant major and you deserve to know." He told me that in early 2009, a soldier had committed suicide in that bathroom, hung himself in one of the shower stalls after getting news that his wife was leaving him and taking their kids. Since then, they'd had problems with the facility. What kind of problems? I asked. At first, just maintenance issues. Stall doors repeatedly falling off their hinges no matter how many times they were fixed. Showers turning on by themselves. Then personnel started reporting incidents. What incidents? People showering alone reported feeling like they were being watched. A few claimed they were touched. 2 male soldiers in 2012 reported being shoved hard while showering. One broke his arm when he fell. I felt that cold sensation again, like the air from the bathroom had followed me. Why not just tear the building down? Military bureaucracy, he shrugged. It's still on the books as a functioning facility. They just keep it locked instead. But the MPs seem to know exactly what was happening, I pressed. He nodded. They've been called out there dozens of times. There's actually a standing order that MPs never search that bathroom alone, and at least one searcher has to be male. Why? He looked down at his desk. In 2015, a female MP responded to a call about noises in that bathroom. She went in alone, while her partner checked another building. When her partner came looking for her 10 minutes later, he found her unconscious on the floor. She had been attacked, beaten badly. By who? I thought you said the bathroom was locked. It was. No one else was inside. No evidence of forced entry. The cameras outside showed no one entering or leaving except her. She swore someone had been in there with her. A male voice had called for help from one of the stalls, but when she checked, no one was there. Then something hit her from behind. I felt sick. What happened to her? Medical retirement. Brain damage from the beating. She still maintains something in that bathroom attacked her. For the remaining 8 days of our stay, I made sure none of my soldiers went anywhere alone, especially at night. I didn't tell them why, just made up some bullshit about recent thefts in the area. I requested different billeting, but of course nothing was available. I never heard the screaming again, but twice more during our stay, I noticed MP vehicles parked near the bathroom late at night. I stayed clear. On our last night there, I was packing up my gear when the power went out briefly, just for about 30 seconds. When it came back on, I heard water running. Not from our building's plumbing, but from behind the wall my room shared with that bathroom facility. I pressed my ear against the wall and heard what sounded like someone sobbing. Not angry this time, just desperately sad. I'd like to say I was brave enough to go check it out, but I wasn't. I finished packing in record time and spent the night in the day room with the TV on until morning. We left Fort Irwin the next day. I've never told anyone this story until now. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the look on those MPs' faces. They knew. They'd seen it before. Whatever happened in that bathroom in 2009 didn't end with that soldier's death. Something stayed behind. Something angry and violent and sad. I've been deployed to combat zones 3 times since then. Nothing scares me as much as the thought of that locked bathroom. Story 4. I've been working as a night cleaner at Westbrook High School for about 8 months now. The pay is decent, the hours work with my schedule, and honestly, I needed the job. I'm 24, trying to save up for grad school, and cleaning empty buildings at night seemed like easy money. At least that's what I thought before last week. The school was built back in the 60s, and while most of it has been renovated over the years, the east wing where I usually work is still pretty much original. It's this long corridor with a hall at one end, an auditorium, a drama room, and 3 classrooms lined up one after another. The hallway itself must be about 70 or 80 meters long. It takes me a good minute just to walk from one end to the other. I usually start my shift at 6 in the evening after all the after-school activities wrap up. Most nights are completely uneventful. Sometimes I'd hear the building settling or pipes clanging, but nothing that ever really spooked me, until last Tuesday. I was running a bit behind schedule that night. One of the bathrooms had flooded earlier in the day, so I spent the first hour of my shift mopping up that mess. By 7 o'clock, I was finally getting to the classrooms in the East Wing, trying to make up for lost time. The first classroom was fine, nothing unusual. I vacuumed quickly, wiped down the desks, and moved on to the second classroom. I had just plugged in the vacuum when I heard it, this incredibly loud bang from inside the room. It sounded exactly like someone had slammed both hands against one of the windows, like they were trying to break in. It was so sudden and so loud that I actually dropped the vacuum handle. My heart immediately started racing. I stood frozen for a few seconds, then slowly walked over to the windows. One of them was slightly open. The latch wasn't secured properly. The wind must have caught it and slammed it open, I thought. Nothing to worry about. I closed it, made sure the latch was secure, and tried to laugh it off. Just the wind playing tricks on me. I finished vacuuming that room as quickly as I could and moved on to the third classroom. I had barely started cleaning when I heard another loud bang, this time from the entrance to the corridor, all the way at the other end of the hall. It was the same sound, like hands slapping hard against glass. My stomach dropped. I put down the cleaning supplies and walked out into the hallway. I stood there for a moment, staring down the long corridor toward the entrance. There was nobody there. The hallway was completely empty and silent. I told myself it was probably just the janitor, Mr. Peterson, coming in through the main doors. He sometimes worked late too. I called out, "Hello, Mr. Peterson?" My voice echoed down the empty hallway. No response. I started walking toward the entrance to check, and that's when I heard the third bang, this time from behind me, from the opposite end of the corridor. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest. There was nothing there. That's when I started to realize something wasn't right. I'm not especially superstitious, but I've always believed in ghosts. There had been minor things in this building before. Lights turning on by themselves, doors that wouldn't stay closed. But nothing this obvious, nothing this deliberate. I slowly walked back toward the classrooms, keeping my eyes fixed on the end of the hallway. When I reached the middle of the corridor, another bang came from the entrance again, exactly where I had just been standing. It was louder this time, more forceful. My hands were shaking by this point. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was students playing a prank. Maybe it was the wind making doors slam somewhere. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. Whatever was making these sounds was moving around the building, and it seemed to be deliberately positioning itself where I wasn't looking. I decided to check outside. Maybe someone was messing with me, running around the building and banging on windows. I walked to the nearest exit and peered out into the darkness. The school grounds were empty and still. There was barely even a breeze. When I came back inside, the banging started again, following the same pattern. I would hear it from one end of the corridor, and when I'd go to investigate, another bang would come from the opposite end. It was like whatever was making the noise was always staying just out of sight, always on the other side of where I was looking. After about 15 minutes of this, I was beyond freaked out. I started talking out loud, something I do when I'm nervous. "Is someone there?" I called out. "This isn't funny anymore." I was standing in the middle classroom at this point, feeling trapped and unsure where to go. That's when it happened. An extremely loud bang erupted from the window right beside me. It was so close and so violent that the glass actually vibrated. It sounded like someone had taken a baseball bat to it. I screamed. I couldn't help it. It was a short, terrified yelp that I couldn't hold back. My whole body went cold, and I broke out in goosebumps from head to toe. Whatever was happening, it felt like it was escalating. The bangs were getting louder, more frequent, and now they were happening right next to me. I grabbed my phone from my pocket, ready to call someone, anyone. But who would I even call? What would I say? "Hi, I think a ghost is playing hide and seek with me in the school." That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Each time I heard a bang, it seemed to be responding to my level of fear. When I first heard it and was just mildly startled, the next bang took several minutes to happen. But as I got more and more frightened, the intervals became shorter. It was like whatever was causing this was feeding off my fear, deliberately trying to scare me more. I decided I wasn't going to stick around to see what happened next. I left my cleaning cart right there in the middle of the classroom and started walking quickly toward the exit. As I moved, the banging followed me. First behind, then ahead, then to my left, then my right. It was circling me, surrounding me with noise. By the time I reached the main doors, the banging was coming from everywhere at once, a cacophony of violent slams against glass and walls. I burst through the exit doors and ran to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I drove away, I looked back at the building. All the windows were dark. There was no movement, no sign of anything unusual, but I knew what I'd heard. I knew something in that building had been toying with me, deliberately trying to frighten me. I called my supervisor from the car and made up some excuse about feeling sick. There was no way I was going back in there that night. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing those bangs in my head, kept feeling that sense of being watched, of being played with. The next day I went back to work. I need this job. But I asked to be reassigned to a different building. I told my supervisor there were some maintenance issues in the East Wing that were making it difficult to clean. He seemed confused, but agreed to let me work in the newer part of the school for the time being. I've been trying to convince myself that there's a rational explanation for what happened. Maybe it was just the wind, or some kind of pressure issue with the windows. Maybe it was students playing an elaborate prank. But deep down, I know better. Whatever was in that building was intelligent. It was responsive. It knew exactly how to escalate the situation to maximize my fear. It was playing with me like a cat plays with a mouse before the kill. I'm writing this down partly because I need to process what happened, and partly because I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I still work at the school, but I avoid the East Wing completely now. Sometimes when I'm working late and the building is quiet, I think I can hear faint banging sounds from that direction. I don't know what's in that part of the school, but I know one thing for certain: it doesn't want company. Or maybe it does, but not the kind where you leave afterward. I'm never going back to that corridor alone. Some things just can't be explained, and I'm not willing to become another mystery in that building's long history.
Story 5. So, I've been a paranormal investigator for about 5 years now. I know. Most people roll their eyes when I tell them that. I used to roll my eyes too, even though I've always been drawn to ghost stories and the paranormal since I was a kid. I never actually believed any of it was real. I just liked the thrill, the adrenaline rush of getting scared over something that's ultimately just your imagination playing tricks on you. I've been to dozens of haunted locations over the years, abandoned hospitals, old prisons, creepy forests, you name it. Every single time,
I found perfectly logical explanations for what people were experiencing. Bad plumbing creating strange noises, old buildings settling, wind blowing through cracks, sleep paralysis causing people to see things that aren't there. I was basically making a career out of debunking ghost stories rather than confirming them. That all changed 3 nights ago. I've been staying at this completely unremarkable chain hotel in Ridgewood since August for a work assignment. It's one of those places with the identical rooms, continental breakfast, and a small indoor pool that always smells too strongly of chlorine. Nothing special. I'm in room 212, second floor, middle of the hallway. It's been my home away from home for almost 2 months now without a single strange occurrence. Well, except for this one weird thing that happened about 3 weeks ago. I came back from dinner one night and found a puddle of water on the bathroom floor. Not a huge deal. I figured maybe the shower hadn't been turned off properly or the sink had leaked. But when I checked, everything was bone dry. No dripping faucets, no condensation, nothing. The puddle was just there, middle of the floor, perfectly circular, about the size of a dinner plate. I wiped it up and forgot about it until recently. Anyway, 3 nights ago, I woke up at exactly 3:40 in the morning. I know the time because I immediately checked my phone, wondering what had woken me. Then I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, slow footsteps. The weird thing was, they sounded wet, like someone walking in soaking wet boots. Squishy, that's the best way I can describe it. Squishy footsteps. But something else was off about them too. The hallway is carpeted, but these footsteps sounded like they were on tile. Squish click, like wet boots on a hard surface. I remember thinking it was strange but not alarming, probably just a guest who'd been out in the rain. The footsteps slowed as they approached my door, then stopped. Right outside, I heard what sounded like water dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip, drip. My heart started beating faster. Why would someone be standing outside my door at 3:40 in the morning? I sat up in bed, suddenly worried that someone might have somehow gotten into my room. The light from the hallway was seeping in under the door gap as usual, creating that thin line of yellow on the floor. It was reflecting off the small stainless steel refrigerator in the corner, like it always does. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something wasn't right. There was a dark area near the fridge and counter that shouldn't have been there. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, that it was just a shadow. But the longer I stared at it, the more I realized there was someone standing there. I'll never forget what happened next as long as I live. As I focused on that dark area, it began to take shape, like someone was materializing right before my eyes. It wasn't gradual either. 1 second it was just a vague shadow, and the next there was a solid figure standing there. It was tall, probably 6.5 feet, and completely black. Not just dark or shadowy, but the blackest black I've ever seen, like it was absorbing all the light around it. I've heard of this material called Vanta black, and that's exactly what it looked like, a Vanta black silhouette of a person. The figure wasn't facing me, it was facing the wall, leaning slightly over the countertop. I couldn't make out any features, no face, no clothing details, nothing. Just this impossibly black silhouette. The craziest part was how solid it looked. It was blocking the light that normally reflects off the fridge. This wasn't some trick of the light or my imagination. Something was physically there, something solid enough to block light. I was completely frozen. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even blink. I just sat there staring at this thing in my hotel room. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I managed to reach over and turn on the bedside lamp. The moment the light came on, the figure vanished. Just gone. No fading away, no moving, just there 1 second and gone the next. I jumped out of bed and checked the entire room, looked behind the curtains, under the bed, in the closet, everywhere. Nothing. The bathroom door was closed and I realized I hadn't checked in there. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. I flipped on the light, half expecting to find someone or something standing in the shower, but the bathroom was empty. I went back to the main room and stood by the bed, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I've never felt anything like the feeling that was washing over me. It wasn't just fear, it was this bone-deep wrongness, like when you hear nails on a chalkboard and your whole body cringes, except 1,000 times worse. My skin was crawling and I felt sick to my stomach. I sat on the edge of the bed with the light on, trying to calm down. I'm a logical person. There had to be an explanation. Maybe I was half asleep and imagining things. Maybe it was a weird shadow cast by something outside the window. Maybe... That's when I felt it. A strange sensation on my hip, then moving down my leg. The best way I can describe it is like an electrical pressure. Not painful, but definitely not normal. Like static electricity, but more focused, more deliberate. A feather-light pressure that tingled and moved. It was as if something, was touching me, but not with a physical hand. More like they were pressing against me with energy. I leapt up and backed away from the bed. The sensation stopped immediately. I stood there breathing hard, staring at the empty room, at the perfectly normal-looking bed. Nothing looked out of place, nothing looked different. But something had been there, something had touched me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the chair by the window with every light in the room turned on, just waiting for morning. I kept going over what had happened, trying to rationalize it, but I couldn't. In all my years of investigating supposedly haunted places, I'd never experienced anything like this. When morning finally came, I got dressed and went down to the front desk. The young guy working there looked bored until he saw my face. "Everything okay, ma'am?" he asked. I hesitated, then asked if anyone had ever reported anything strange happening in room 212. He gave me a confused look and said no, not that he knew of. Then I asked if the hotel had ever had flooding issues, or if there had been any water damage. He said there had been a pipe burst on the second floor about a year ago, but it had been fixed and the affected rooms renovated. I asked which rooms, and he checked the computer. 210 through 214, he said, right in the middle of the hall. I felt a chill run through me. That's my room and the ones on either side. I asked if anyone had been hurt in the flooding, and he shrugged. I don't think so. I wasn't working here then. Then he hesitated and added, "Well, there was a maintenance guy who got electrocuted trying to fix it. But that was in the utility room, not in any of the guest rooms." I asked if the man had died, and the clerk shook his head. "No, but I heard he was in pretty bad shape, had to quit his job. I think he was in the hospital for a while." I thanked him and went to get coffee from the breakfast area, my mind racing. A maintenance worker, electrocuted while dealing with water damage. A puddle of water appearing out of nowhere in my bathroom. Wet, squishy footsteps that sounded like they were on tile instead of carpet. A tall black figure that appeared by my fridge. The electrical sensation on my skin. It was all connecting in my head, forming a picture I didn't want to see. Had I encountered the spirit of that maintenance worker? Or maybe not. Even his spirit, but some kind of energy imprint left behind by the trauma he experienced. I've been sleeping with the lights on ever since. I've heard the footsteps 2 more times, always around 3:40 in the morning. I haven't seen the figure again, but I've felt that strange electrical pressure several times, always when I'm in bed. Once I even found another puddle of water in the bathroom, in exactly the same spot as before. I've been a skeptic my whole life. I've spent years explaining away other people's ghost stories, but now I have my own, and I can't explain it away. I know what I saw, what I felt. There's something in my hotel room, a squishy-booted shadow person who seems to be stuck reliving the worst moment of his life. I've tried asking to change rooms, but the hotel is fully booked for a convention. I'm stuck here for another 2 weeks. All I can do is leave the lights on and hope that whoever is in room 212 with me means no harm. I'm a paranormal investigator who never believed in the paranormal until now. Ironic, right? Be careful what you wish for, I guess. Story 6. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. Growing up in southern Idaho, I was always the skeptical one among my friends. That changed after my experiences at Comish Hall in Albion, Idaho. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened there and why people who visit that place with me seem to disappear from my life afterward. It all started about 7 years ago. My family has always been into history, and my mum suggested we visit this old teachers' college in Albion. It's this massive stone building from the 1800s that's now supposedly a museum. Though it felt more like an abandoned haunted house when we got there. My best friend at the time, Jesse, came along for the trip. The weird stuff started before we even entered the building. Jesse and I were walking up the path to the entrance, joking around like usual, when she suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. I turned around and saw her face had gone completely white. Then, out of nowhere, she started crying. Not just a few tears, I'm talking full-on sobbing, like someone had just told her a family member died. My mom rushed over and asked what was wrong, but Jessie couldn't explain it. She just kept saying, I don't know, over and over again. We almost turned around and left, but after about 5 minutes she suddenly stopped crying and seemed completely fine, like nothing had happened. The strangest part? When I brought it up later that day, she had absolutely no memory of breaking down. None. She thought I was making it up. The tour itself was pretty uneventful. The place was creepy, sure. Peeling wallpaper, squeaky floorboards, the works, but nothing that screamed haunted. Still, I couldn't shake this feeling of being watched the entire time, like 100 pairs of eyes were following us from room to room. Here's where it gets really weird. About 2 weeks after our visit, Jessie and her family moved away. No warning, no explanation. One day she was at school, the next she was gone. Her phone number stopped working, and she never answered any of my emails. 7 years later, and I still haven't heard from her. It was like she vanished from my life completely. I didn't connect any of this to Comish Hall until much later, after my second visit about 3 years ago. This time, I went with my college friend Mia, who was really into photography. We figured the old building would make for some cool shots for her portfolio. The moment we stepped inside, I felt that same sensation of being watched. Mia didn't notice anything, but she kept complaining that her brand new iPhone was acting up. Every picture she took inside came out weird, grainy, like they were taken on an ancient film camera instead of a smartphone. Some had these strange, light artifacts, and a few were so distorted you could barely make out what they were supposed to be of. We laughed it off as bad lighting, but then something happened that I still can't explain. Mia took a picture of me standing in the main hall, and when we looked at it, there was this flesh-colored blur right next to my shoulder. It looked like a hand reaching toward me, but there was nobody standing there when the photo was taken. We zoomed in, and I swear it had distinct fingers, 5 of them stretching out like they were trying to grab me. Mia got freaked out and wanted to leave immediately. On the drive back, she tried uploading the photos to Instagram but kept getting error messages. Later, she tried sending them to me, but the files were always corrupted. The only place they would upload was Snapchat, and even then, they disappeared from her phone completely after a day. Not just from Snapchat, but from her entire photo library. It was like the photos were being systematically erased. A week later, Mia and I had a huge fight over something completely trivial. We'd never argued before, but suddenly, we couldn't stand each other. She dropped out of school the next semester, and last I heard, she moved to Oregon. Another person from my life, gone after visiting that place. But it was my third visit, just 6 months ago, that really convinced me something unnatural was happening at Comish Hall. This time, I went with my friend Taylor, who's always been into spiritual stuff, crystals, energy reading, that kind of thing. I hadn't told her much about my previous experiences, just that the place was supposed to be haunted. Taylor insisted we bring protective crystals, black tourmaline, and some other stones I can't remember the names of. I felt silly carrying rocks in my pocket, but after what happened with Jessie and Mia, I wasn't taking any chances. The building felt different this time, heavier somehow, like the air itself was thick with something I couldn't. See, we'd barely made it through the entrance when Taylor stopped and grabbed my arm. There are at least 3 separate entities in here, she whispered, and they know you. I laughed nervously, but the hair on my arms was standing straight up. We continued the tour, and that's when things got intense. We were in what used to be a classroom when I felt something push against my glasses. Not hard, but definitely a pressure, like someone trying to nudge them off my face. I adjusted them, thinking it was just me, but then it happened again, a distinct push from the side. "Something's touching my glasses," I said to Taylor, trying to keep my voice steady. She went completely still, closing her eyes for a moment. "It's a child," she said finally, "or something pretending to be a child. It's playful, but there's anger underneath. We started calling it the toddler after that, because the presence felt small and mischievous. It followed us through several rooms, occasionally tugging at my clothes or bumping against me. Never threatening, but definitely unsettling. On the second floor, Taylor suddenly got very quiet. When I asked what was wrong, she said something was trying to attach itself to her, something masculine and aggressive. She clutched one of her crystals and mumbled something under her breath, and after a few minutes said it had backed off. The strangest encounter happened in what used to be the dormitory. Taylor pulled out a crystal pendulum, a pointed crystal on a chain, and said she wanted to try communicating. The pendulum started swinging in circles almost immediately without her consciously moving it. "There's a woman here," Taylor said, her voice barely above a whisper. "She's stuck on this floor. She can't leave." What happened next still gives me chills. Taylor asked questions, and the pendulum would swing, yes or no answers. But whenever I asked a question, the pendulum's movements became more pronounced, more definite. When Taylor tried handing me the pendulum, it swung so violently the chain nearly broke. "She only wants to talk to you," Taylor said. "She recognizes you from before." By this point, other tourists had noticed what we were doing and gathered around. Someone asked if they could try asking questions, and the pendulum immediately went dead, no movement at all. But when I spoke again, it started swinging frantically. I don't remember all the questions we asked, but I do remember asking if she was the one who had been following me on my previous visits. The pendulum swung to yes. When I asked if she meant me harm, it swung to no. Eventually, we had to leave. The museum was closing for the day. As soon as I said we needed to go, the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. Several people commented on it. The pendulum began swinging in aggressive, tight circles. "She doesn't want you to leave," Taylor whispered. "She's angry." As we walked down the stairs, I felt something cold brush against my back, like fingers trailing down my spine. Taylor saw my reaction and grabbed my hand, practically dragging me out of the building. Outside, she looked visibly shaken. "Whatever's in there, it's attached to you now," she said. "It feels possessive, like it thinks it owns you." The drive home was silent. Taylor kept checking her rearview mirror, like she expected to see something following us. The next day, she texted me saying she'd had horrible nightmares all night, dreams of being trapped in a dark place while something with cold hands held her down. 2 weeks later, Taylor lost her job. A month after that, her apartment building had a fire, and she lost nearly everything she owned. She ended up moving back to her parents' house in another state. Before she left, she came to see me one last time. "I don't think it's a coincidence," she said. "Whatever was in that building, I think it's trying to remove people from your life, people who get close to you." I tried to tell her that was ridiculous, but even as I said it, I was thinking about Jessie and Mia, and now Taylor. I've been back to Comish Hall twice since then, alone. Each time I feel that same presence, watching, waiting. Sometimes I'll catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, or feel a cold spot as I walk through certain rooms. The staff there recognize me now. One of the older tour guides pulled me aside last time. "You shouldn't keep coming back," she said quietly. "Places like this, they can form attachments." I asked her what she meant, and she just shook her head. "Some visitors bring things home with them, things they can't see." I haven't been back since that conversation, but I dream about the building almost every night. In my dreams, I'm walking through endless corridors, following a woman I can never quite see. She's always just around the corner, just out of sight, and she's always calling my name. The strangest part, in the months since my last visit, 3 people who I'd been having problems with, a manipulative ex, a toxic co-worker, and a neighbor who had been harassing me, all suddenly moved away, or otherwise disappeared from my life. Part of me wonders if Taylor was right, if whatever is in that building is somehow protecting me by removing people it perceives as threats. I don't know if I'll ever go back to Comish Hall, but sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I can feel cold fingers brushing against my face. And in those moments, I know with absolute certainty that whatever was in that building came home with me, and it has no intention of letting me go. Story 7. I've worked security for almost 15 years now, but nothing compares to my time at Rosewood Hospital. This isn't some creepy pasta or made-up ghost story. I genuinely don't know how to explain what happened to me there. I started at Rosewood back in 2013. The place was already half abandoned by then. It was this massive 6-story brick building from 1924 with all these weird additions tacked on over the decades. After they built the shiny new medical center across town in 2008, most of Rosewood just died. They only kept the ER and rehab wing open while they figured out what to do with the rest. My shift was 11 at night to 7 in the morning, 5 days a week. I mostly patrolled the active sections, but part of my job was checking the abandoned areas once per shift to make sure no one had broken in. The hospital admin was paranoid about homeless people or teenagers getting in and either hurting themselves or stealing stuff. Not that there was much worth taking, just old furniture, some outdated medical equipment they hadn't bothered moving, and a whole lot of dust. The first month was fine. Boring, actually. Just me, my flashlight, and endless empty corridors. The weirdness started gradually. Little things at first. I'd be walking through the abandoned pediatric wing on the 4th floor, and I'd swear I could hear kids laughing. Not loud, just distant, like an echo of something that happened years ago. I'd turn a corner expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. Then came the shadows. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I looked, nothing. The worst part was the old morgue in the basement. God, I hated checking that place. The temperature would drop like 20 degrees as soon as you stepped inside. The metal drawers were all empty, but sometimes I'd hear this faint metallic scraping, like one of them was being opened or closed. One night, I left my coffee on a nurse's station desk in the abandoned surgical wing while I checked a noise I heard. When I came back 5 minutes later, the cup was on the other side of the desk. No one else was in the building except the skeleton crew in the active sections 2 floors away. After about 2 years of this, I got a better-paying security job at a shopping mall. Honestly, I was relieved to leave Rosewood behind. The place had started getting to me. Fast forward to 2020. I'd been laid off due to COVID cutting mall hours, and I needed work. When I saw Rosewood was hiring security again, I applied out of desperation. I found out they'd finally demolished most of the abandoned sections earlier that year, leaving only the parts that were still in use. I figured without all those empty, haunted hallways, it would be an easy gig. My first night back was last October. The hospital felt different, smaller, obviously, but also lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been in those old halls hadn't left just because the building was gone. I'm not particularly religious or spiritual, but after all the weird stuff I'd experienced before, I decided to do something that might sound stupid. At the start of my shift, I stood in the main lobby and quietly said out loud, "I know some of you might still be here. I respect that this was your home. I'm just here to do my job. If you want to communicate, that's okay, but please don't scare me or interfere with my work." I felt like an absolute idiot talking to an empty room, but it made me feel better, like I'd set some boundaries. Around 1 in the morning, I was doing my rounds near what used to be the connection to the old main building. There was now just a wall with a mural of the hospital's history painted on it. As I walked past, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I turned and saw what looked like an elderly woman in a dark dress, and what I can only describe as an old-fashioned nun's habit, walking slowly toward where the chapel used to be. My first thought wasn't even ghost. I just assumed a patient had somehow wandered out of their room. "Excuse me, ma'am," I called out. She didn't respond or turn around. I followed her, but when I rounded the corner, the hallway was empty. The only door was to a supply closet, which I checked. Nothing. I stood there for a good 2 minutes, my heart racing. I remembered from the old building that there had been a chapel, and the hospital had been founded by Catholic nuns. The chapel had been relocated to the new wing during renovations, but it was in a completely different part of the building now. I tried to shake it off and continued my rounds. Around 3 in the morning, I needed to use the bathroom. The staff restroom was empty when I walked in. I was washing my hands when I heard a loud sigh from one of the stalls behind me. I froze, watching in the mirror as the stall door remained closed. Then came the unmistakable sound of a toilet flushing. I spun around, my wet hands still dripping. "Hello?" No answer. I checked under the stall doors. No feet. I pushed each door open. Every stall was empty. I practically ran out of that bathroom. The rest of the night, I stuck to the busier areas where the night nurses were working. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe me? Plus, I didn't want to be the weirdo security guard talking about ghosts on his first night back. The next few shifts were quieter, but still off. I'd be walking down a hallway and hear someone call out from behind me, "Excuse me," or "Can you help me?" But when I turned around, no one was there. Twice I heard my name clearly spoken right behind me, but found myself alone both times. What really freaked me out was when the maintenance guy mentioned that he kept finding the door to the chapel unlocked in the mornings, even though he was certain he'd locked it the night before. I never told him about seeing the nun. Last Tuesday was my final shift at Rosewood. I was being transferred to another facility under the same hospital management. Around 2:30 in the morning, I was sitting at the security desk, reviewing camera footage, when my radio suddenly died. I checked it. The battery was full, but it wouldn't turn on no matter what I did. I grabbed my backup radio and continued working. About 20 minutes later, the head nurse from the psychiatric ward came rushing to the desk, looking stressed and angry. "Where were you?" she demanded. "We called for security assistance 3 times. We had a violent patient situation and needed help restraining him." I was confused. "My radio died," I explained, showing her. "I didn't hear any calls." She looked skeptical but seemed too tired to argue. "Well, we managed without you. The patient got agitated and tried to attack Dr. Peterson, but he slipped and hit his head on the bed rail before he could do any damage. He's sedated now." After she left, I felt cold all over. Dr. Peterson was the psychiatrist who'd been supervising the ward that night. According to the other security guys, he had a reputation for being aggressive with difficult patients, and there had been complaints about him in the past. If I had responded to that call, I would have been required to help restrain the patient according to the doctor's instructions. I couldn't shake the feeling that my radio dying wasn't a coincidence. It was like something had prevented me from being part of whatever happened in that ward. Later that night, I was doing my final rounds before my shift ended. I passed by the chapel, which was dark and locked. On impulse, I stopped and said quietly, "Thank you for looking out for me, if that was you." The lights in the chapel flickered on for about 3 seconds, then went off again. I stood there frozen, my skin covered in goosebumps. It wasn't like a power surge where lights gradually brighten. They just snapped on instantly, stayed on for a count of 3, then snapped off again. I finished my rounds quickly after that and clocked out as soon as my replacement arrived. As I was walking to my car in the early morning light, I glanced back at the building. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw someone standing at one of the second-floor windows watching me leave, a figure in dark clothing with what looked like a white head covering. I blinked, and they were gone. "I start at my new assignment tomorrow," And honestly, I'm relieved to be leaving Rosewood behind. But part of me wonders if whatever was there was trying to communicate something important. Were they protecting me, warning me? Or was it all just a series of coincidences and an overactive imagination? All I know is that hospitals aren't just places where people heal. They're places where people suffer and die. And sometimes I think parts of them stay behind. Maybe they're still trying to care for the living in the only ways they can. I don't expect anyone to believe this, but I needed to write it down somewhere. I can't explain what happened at Rosewood, and I'm not sure I want to know the full truth. Story 8. I've lived in this old house for almost 12 years now. When I first moved in, I was told it was about 130 years old, built sometime in the late 1800s. The real estate agent mentioned some colourful history, but glossed over the details. I didn't really care at the time. The price was right, the neighbourhood was decent, and I loved the character of the place with its creaky hardwood floors and ornate mouldings. For the first 7 years, I thought I was just experiencing sleep paralysis. I'd wake up in the middle of the night unable to move, feeling a presence in my room. I'd see these dark shadow figures standing in the corners or beside my bed. They weren't exactly human-shaped, more like twisted, gnarled tree trunks with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. The weird thing was, they didn't scare me. There was almost a calming energy about them, like they were just observing, keeping watch, except for one. There was always one shadow that was different from the rest. While the others had those twisted, branch-like limbs, this one was perfectly human-shaped, but completely featureless. No face, no details, just a black void in the shape of a person. And unlike the others, this one filled me with absolute dread. My chest would tighten, and I'd break into a cold sweat whenever it appeared. I'd tell myself it was just sleep paralysis. That's what my doctor said when I mentioned it. Common hallucinations during sleep paralysis, she explained. Nothing to worry about. I believed her because it was easier than the alternative. But then things started to change. About 5 years ago, I began hearing knocking sounds from inside the walls. At first, it was easy to dismiss as the house settling or pipes expanding. Old houses make noise, right? But these knocks had a rhythm to them. 3 quick taps followed by a pause, then 3 more. Sometimes they'd respond when I accidentally knocked on something. I'd bump my knee against a table, and seconds later 3 knocks would come from the nearest wall. I started researching the history of the house more seriously then. I found out that the original owner had been a judge who was known for harsh sentences. After him, a doctor lived here who supposedly conducted experimental treatments in the basement. Then, a family in the 1950s who lost their youngest son in a drowning accident in the nearby lake. The house changed hands frequently after that, no one staying longer than 5 or 6 years. Until me. I've been here longer than anyone since the original owner, according to local records. And it feels like the house has been getting to know me. That sounds crazy when I type it out, but I don't know how else to explain it. The worst incident with the knocking happened about 2 years ago. I was getting ready for bed, brushing my teeth in the bathroom at the end of the upstairs hallway. The hallway has 5 doors: my bedroom, a guest room, a closet, a small office, and the bathroom at the end. I was standing at the sink when I heard it start, a single knock at the far end of the hallway by my bedroom door. Then another knock, slightly louder, from what sounded like the guest room door. Then a third knock, even louder, from the closet. A fourth from the office door. By this point, my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Whatever was making that noise was working its way down the hallway, getting closer to the bathroom where I stood frozen, toothbrush still in my mouth. The 5th knock came directly on the bathroom door, so forceful that the door shook in its frame. The doorknob rattled violently. I backed up against the shower, unable to breathe, unable to scream. Then silence, for maybe 30 seconds. Just as I started to think it was over, a final deafening knock came from the wall at the very end of the hallway, beyond the bathroom. Then nothing. I slept in my car that night. I almost moved out after that, but something kept me here, some weird attachment to this place, or maybe just the practical reality that I couldn't afford to break my mortgage. So I stayed, and things calmed down for a while. The knocking became less frequent, less aggressive. I started to convince myself I'd imagined the whole hallway incident, but then new things started happening, subtler things, but somehow more unnerving because of their mundane nature. Cabinet doors would open by themselves while I was in the kitchen, not violently, they'd just slowly swing open when my back was turned. Sometimes they'd open right as I was about to reach for them, as if the house knew what I wanted before I even moved to get it. I'd come home to find lights on that I knew I'd turned off. Not all the lights, just one or two, and always in rooms I was about to enter. Like the house was lighting my way. The TV would turn on by itself, usually to channels I frequently watched. My coffee would be brewed before I got downstairs in the morning, even though I hadn't set the timer. Small things, helpful things almost, but terrifying in their implication that something in this house was watching me, learning my habits, anticipating my needs. The most recent incident happened just 3 days ago, and I still can't stop thinking about it. I was sitting in my gaming chair in my bedroom, playing on my computer with headphones on. My bedroom door was closed. I always keep it closed these days. It was around midnight, and I was the only one home. I always am. I live alone. 2 loud, firm knocks sounded on my bedroom door, not from inside the walls this time, directly on the wooden surface of the door, at about the height where a person's knuckles would hit if they were standing on the other side. I yanked my headphones off, my heart immediately racing. "Hello," I called out, knowing full well there shouldn't be anyone else in the house. No response. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two, staring at the door, afraid to move. Finally, I worked up the courage to check. I crept across the room, pressed my ear to the door, and heard nothing. Slowly, I turned the knob and pulled the door open. The hallway was empty and completely dark. All the lights in the house were off, just as I'd left them before settling in to game for the night. I checked every room, turned on all the lights, looked under beds and in closets like a kid afraid of monsters. Nothing, no one, just me and this old house. I've been sleeping with the lights on since then. I keep thinking about those knocks, how solid and real they sounded. Not like knocking from inside the walls or the subtle opening of cabinet doors. This was direct communication. 2 clear knocks, as if whatever has been watching me for all these years finally decided to announce its presence without any ambiguity. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the fear of what might be haunting this house. It's the realization that after 12 years, I've become part of this place's long history. Whatever entity or energy exists here has been studying me, learning my patterns. The 7 years of shadow figures watching me sleep. The 5 years of knocks responding to my movements. The 2 years of subtle interactions, opening cabinets and turning on lights. It's been a slow progression, a gradual revealing, like it's been getting comfortable with me. Or maybe allowing me to get comfortable with it. I don't know what the next stage will be. Will I hear a voice next time instead of knocks? Will I open a door to find something standing there? Or will it continue this slow, patient game of making itself known in increasingly undeniable ways? I could move out, I suppose. But 12 years is a long time, and this place feels more like home than anywhere else I've lived. Plus, there's a part of me that's morbidly curious about what happens next. Like I'm part of some strange experiment or relationship that's been building for over a decade. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, which is most of the time, I'll speak out loud to it. I'll ask questions or just comment on my day. There's never an immediate response, but sometimes later I'll get those familiar 3 knocks from inside the wall, as if it's acknowledging that it heard me. Last night I was lying in bed with all the lights on, staring at the ceiling, when I finally asked the question that's been on my mind. What do you want from me? The house stayed silent. No knocks, no opening cabinets, no flickering lights, just the usual creaks and groans of an old structure. But when I woke up this morning, all the lights were off. Every single one, and my bedroom door, which I distinctly remember closing and locking before I went to sleep, was standing wide open. Story 9. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I'm terrified of closing my eyes when I'm alone in that room. I know what I experienced wasn't a dream or sleep paralysis or whatever else people keep suggesting. It was too real, too physical. I felt it touch me. For context, I'm 16 and living with my boyfriend Six. Yeah, that's his actual nickname, long story. Who's 19. We live in his family's house in Westfield. It's this old 2-story place with creaky floors and walls so thin you can hear everything. Six's mum is hardly ever around. She and her boyfriend are always out partying or staying at his place. Six's older brother basically lives at his girlfriend's apartment at this point, so he's never home either. Six works graveyard shifts at this warehouse about 20 minutes away. Pays decent money, but the hours are brutal. 11 at night to 7 in the morning, 5 days a week. I'm usually fine being alone in the house. I've never been the jumpy type, and I've always preferred night over day anyway. But after what happened, I'd rather sleep on the street than be alone in that bedroom again. It was a Thursday night, nothing special about it. Six and I had spent the evening watching stupid YouTube videos and ordering pizza. Normal stuff. His mom texted saying she wouldn't be home that night, shocker, and his brother hadn't been home in like 4 days straight. Around 10:30, Six started getting ready for work. I was already half asleep in bed, scrolling through TikTok and fighting to keep my eyes open. Six's alarm went off at 10:45. I remember hearing him in the bathroom brushing his teeth, then coming back to the bedroom to get dressed in his work clothes. Those ugly navy blue pants and grey shirt with the company logo. He sat on the edge of the bed to put his boots on, and I remember the mattress dipping under his weight. He leaned over, kissed my forehead, and said he'd see me in the morning. "Text me when you get there," I mumbled, already drifting off. I heard him chuckle, then the light switch clicked off. The front door opened and closed a minute later, and I heard the distinct sound of his key turning in the lock from the outside. I remember checking my phone one last time. It was 11:02, before putting it on the charger and rolling over to sleep. I fell asleep almost immediately. I don't know exactly how much time passed, but I woke up suddenly to the feeling of something heavy pressing down on the foot of the bed. You know that sensation when someone sits down and the whole mattress shifts? It was exactly that. At first, I thought maybe Six had forgotten something and came back, or maybe his shift got cancelled. I rolled over, still half asleep, and saw what looked like Six sitting at the end of the bed. The streetlight outside our window casts this dim orange glow through the blinds, so I could see his silhouette pretty clearly. "Why aren't you at work?" I asked, my voice thick with sleep. He didn't answer. He just smiled. And that's when I felt the first twist of fear in my stomach. It wasn't Six's normal smile. Six has this crooked grin that's always been a bit lopsided, with a tiny dimple on his right cheek only. This smile was different. It was too wide, too symmetrical, and in the dim light it looked almost wrong. Like someone trying to mimic a smile without understanding how a face works. I remember blinking hard, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. "Six?" I said again, my heart starting to beat faster. He still didn't answer, just kept smiling that horrible smile. I couldn't see his eyes clearly in the dim light, but I got the overwhelming sense he was staring directly at me without blinking. Something felt so off that I turned back around, pulling the blanket higher up to my shoulders. I told myself I was being stupid, that I was half asleep and imagining things. Maybe he was just messing with me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. Six would have said something by now. He's physically incapable of staying quiet for more than 30 seconds. That's when I felt the mattress shift again. This time, I felt what seemed like someone lying down behind me under the covers. I froze completely. Then I felt an arm, what I thought was an arm, wrap around my waist. It pulled me, actually dragged me across the bed toward the edge. The weirdest part, I didn't feel a body behind me, just the arm. No chest pressed against my back, no legs touching mine, no breath on my neck, just this pressure around my waist, pulling me. I should have screamed, I should have jumped up and ran, but some part of my brain was still trying to rationalize it, telling me it must be 6, that I was just disoriented from being half asleep. So I just laid there, rigid with fear, as whatever it was held me. Eventually I must have fallen back asleep. I don't remember exactly how or when. It sounds insane. Who falls asleep in a situation like that? But I think my brain just couldn't process what was happening, so it shut down. The next thing I remember is waking up to the sound of keys in the front door around 7:15 in the morning. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding. Sunlight was streaming through the blinds, and I was alone in the bed, pushed all the way to the edge where I'd been pulled. I heard Six's heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, and then he walked into the bedroom still wearing his work uniform, looking exhausted like he always does after his shift. "Hey, you're up early," he said, kicking off his boots. I just stared at him. "Did you come home last night, during your shift?" He gave me a confused look. "What? No. Why would I do that? You weren't here around midnight or 1. My voice was shaking. I was unloading trucks all night. My supervisor was riding my ass about the inventory count. I texted you when I got there, remember?" I grabbed my phone and checked. Sure enough, there was a text from him at 11:23. "Made it. Supervisor's in a mood. See you in the morning." I never saw that text. I was already asleep when it came through. "What's wrong?" Six asked, looking concerned now. "You're white as a sheet." I told him everything. About waking up and seeing him sitting on the bed. About that wrong smile. About the arm pulling me across the mattress. With each detail, his face got more serious. "I swear to God I was at work all night," he said when I finished. "You can ask anyone there. I didn't come home until just now." I believed him. I still do. Six isn't the type to play pranks, especially not creepy ones, and he definitely wouldn't lie about something like this. Besides, I saw him walk in wearing his uniform, looking exhausted after a full shift. Which means, whatever was in our room that night, whatever sat on our bed and pulled me across the mattress, it wasn't him, but it looked exactly like him. Same build, same hair, same everything. Except for that smile, that horrible, wrong smile. We've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a vivid dream. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, though I could move, and I've never had sleep paralysis before. Maybe I was just overtired and imagining things. But none of those explanations account for how physical it all was. I felt the mattress dip. I felt that arm around my waist, strong enough to pull me across the bed. And I woke up exactly where I'd been pulled to, on the very edge of the mattress. Six's mom says the house has always been a little strange. Apparently, the previous owners moved out suddenly after only living here for 6 months. Six's brother once mentioned hearing footsteps upstairs when no one was home, but we all just laughed it off at the time. No one's laughing now. I've been sleeping with the lights on since it happened. Six tried to switch to day shifts, but they won't let him change his schedule for another month. His mom thinks I'm being dramatic, but Six believes me. He's seen how terrified I still am. The worst part is the lingering feeling that it's not over, that whatever visited me, that night is still here watching, waiting for the next time I'm alone. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in the corner of my eye, or feel like someone's watching me from the hallway when I know the house is empty. I don't know what it was that came to me that night. A ghost? A demon? Some kind of doppelganger? All I know is that it looked exactly like the person I trust most in the world, but with that smile that still haunts my nightmares. Sometimes I wonder if it's still here, walking around wearing Six's face when he's not home. waiting for another chance to sit at the foot of my bed and reach for me with that disembodied arm. I haven't been alone in that house at night since it happened. When 6 works, I stay at my friend's place. I don't care if his mom thinks I'm being ridiculous. She wasn't there. She didn't see that smile. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe in that house again. How do you protect yourself from something that can look like someone you love? How do you fight something that isn't fully there, just an arm without a body, a smile without a soul? The human mind is supposed to forget trauma, right? Memories are supposed to fade. But it's been 3 weeks, and I remember every second of that night with perfect clarity. The weight on the mattress, the unnatural smile, the arm around my waist, the horrible realization the next morning that 6 had been at work all night. Whatever was in our room that night, it's still here. I can feel it, and I think it's still wearing his face. Story 10. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I'm still not sleeping right, and talking about it might help, I don't know. I need to get this out somewhere people might actually believe me, because my family thinks I need therapy, and maybe they're right. I started working at Ravenwood Industrial Complex about 7 months ago as a shift manager at one of their chemical waste incineration plants. The job came after I barely survived an accident at my previous position, a chemical spill that put 3 of my co-workers in the hospital and me on disability for 8 weeks with respiratory issues. I was desperate for work after that, and Ravenwood was hiring. The pay was decent, and it was a smaller operation, which felt safer at the time. The facility sits deep in Blackwood Forest, and when I say isolated, I mean isolated. The nearest town is 40 minutes away, and the complex itself is this maze of old buildings from the 70s. My particular plant only connects to one other department that handles production. Everything else is just dense forest that gets pitch black at night. During orientation, I noticed how the other operators would get quiet whenever we had to go to the basement levels. At first, I figured it was just the usual workplace BS, making the new guy nervous. Every industrial site has those stories, but there was something about how they looked at each other, these quick glances that said more than their words. About a month in, I finally got Dave, one of the senior operators, to tell me what was going on. We were on break, and I'd just finished my basement checks when I mentioned how the place gave me the creeps. "You felt it too, huh?" He didn't seem surprised. Everyone does eventually. When I pressed him, he sighed and explained that people had been reporting weird stuff in the basement for years. Footsteps when nobody was around, tools moving from where they'd been left. Some claimed they'd seen shadowy figures disappearing around corners. "Management says it's just toxic fumes," Dave told me, lowering his voice even though we were alone. "The pipes running from the production department's basement to our facility are like 50 years old. They leak sometimes, and the vapors can cause hallucinations." I asked why they hadn't fixed the pipes, and Dave just laughed. "Budget cuts. They've been planning repairs for 3 years now. I didn't think much of it then. Every industrial site has maintenance issues, and chemical plants especially cut corners when they can get away with it. I'd seen worse at my old job. Then came last Tuesday night. I was scheduled for the overnight shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. with Carlos, but he called in sick about an hour before we were supposed to start. His kid had a fever or something. The supervisor asked if I could handle it alone since the production schedule was light, and I agreed. Extra pay, plus I'd done solo shifts before. The facility was mostly automated anyway. I just needed to do regular inspections, monitor the systems, and record data. Everything started normally enough. I did my first walkthrough at 11:30, checking all the gauges and valves on the main floor. Then I headed down to the basement to record the pressure readings from the incinerator feed lines. The basement is basically one big concrete bunker with pipes running everywhere, dim lighting, and that constant industrial hum that gets into your bones. There's a central area where most of the gauges are located, then several corridors leading to different sections. I was at the main panel, writing down readings, when I heard it. This creaking sound from the metal stairs I'd just come down. Not like the normal settling noises an old building makes. This was deliberate, like footsteps, heavy ones. I turned around expecting to see someone from the neighboring department, but there was nobody there. The thing is, those stairs are loud, but they've never made that much noise, even when Jeff, who must weigh close to 300 pounds, comes stomping down them. This sounded like someone twice that size. I called out, "Hello? Anybody there?" My voice echoed back at me, and nothing else. I tried to focus back on my work, but I kept feeling like someone was watching me. I hurried through the rest of the checks and was heading back to the stairs when I saw something move. At the end of the east corridor, just a shadow, there and gone in an instant, like someone had ducked around the corner. "This is bullshit," I muttered to myself. "It's just the fumes getting to me." I practically ran up those stairs back to the control room, where I spent the next few hours watching the monitors and trying to convince myself I was being paranoid. I even checked the air quality sensors, but they were all in the normal range. Around 3 a.m., I had to do my second inspection. I put it off as long as I could, but eventually I had no choice. The facility regulations require physical checks every 4 hours, no exceptions. Before going down, I turned on the basement air conditioning system. If there were fumes, this would clear them out. I even grabbed a portable air monitor from the safety equipment cabinet just to be sure. As I descended the stairs, I noticed how quiet everything had become. The usual mechanical hums seemed muffled, distant. The air monitor showed normal readings, no toxic vapors or oxygen displacement. According to all our equipment, the air was clean. I'd made it about halfway through my checks when I heard the footsteps again, only this time they weren't coming from the stairs. They were coming from the west corridor. And they weren't walking, they were running. My heart nearly stopped. I stood frozen, clipboard clutched to my chest as the footsteps grew louder, faster. Then, impossibly, I heard more footsteps from the east corridor. 2 sets of sounds, coming from different directions, both running toward me. I didn't think. I just bolted for the stairs, dropping my clipboard, the clatter echoing through the basement. As I reached the bottom of the stairwell, I glanced back and saw something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. A massive shadow was halfway up the stairs behind me. Not a person's shadow. This thing was huge, distorted, like someone had taken a human silhouette and stretched it all wrong. And it was, moving fast. I took the stairs 3 at a time, my lungs burning, not daring to look back again. I slammed the basement door shut behind me and ran straight to the control room, locking myself in. For the next 4 hours, I sat with my back to the wall, watching the door. The portable radio I kept for music suddenly started producing this static that would rise and fall like someone breathing. Then I heard it. Quiet footsteps outside the control room door. Not the heavy stomping from before, but light, almost careful steps, like someone trying not to be heard. They circled the control room, stopping occasionally, then continuing. At one point, the door handle jiggled slightly. I watched, completely paralyzed as it turned slightly then stopped, like someone testing if it was locked. I didn't move from that spot until my replacement, Jeff, showed up at 7. When he walked in, I must have looked like hell because the first thing he said was, "Jesus, Marcus, you look like you've seen a ghost." I told him everything. I expected him to laugh it off, but he didn't. He just got really quiet and nodded. "The AC was acting up again, huh?" he said. But I could tell he didn't believe that explanation any more than I did. I was about to leave when the day supervisor walked in. He asked me to make an incident report about another equipment malfunction causing hallucinations. The way he said it made it clear this was the official explanation I was supposed to give. I was too shaken to argue, so I wrote it up the way he wanted and went home. I called in sick the next 2 days, unable to face the thought of going back there. When I finally returned on Friday, there was an emergency staff meeting. The plant manager looked nervous as he informed us that the incident reports about hallucinations had finally triggered a corporate investigation. Here's the part that still makes my blood run cold. The production department next door confirmed they hadn't been running any operations. Tuesday night, their entire facility had been shut down for maintenance. No chemicals were being processed, no vapors were being produced, no fumes were flowing through those pipes. Whatever I experienced in that basement wasn't a hallucination. Since then, the entire staff refuses to go into the basement alone. Management has suddenly found the budget for a full investigation. They've installed cameras and sensors throughout the lower level, and they've brought in specialists to check for gas pockets or acoustic anomalies that might explain the phenomena. But I've seen how the technicians look at each other when they come up from the basement. I've noticed how the new cameras keep malfunctioning. 3 of them have been found smashed, and nobody will take responsibility. Last week I was working late when one of the investigators pulled me aside. He asked me if what I'd heard sounded like multiple people or just one person moving very quickly. When I told him it sounded like multiple sources, his face went pale. "That matches the other accounts," he whispered, then walked away. "I've put in for a transfer, but until that comes through, I'm stuck here. I've started carrying a crucifix my grandmother gave me years ago. Jeff brings sage to burn before his shifts. Carlos wears a strange amulet he says will protect him. None of us talk about what might be down there. We just do our jobs and count the minutes until we can leave. But sometimes, standing in the control room at night, I swear I can hear those footsteps circling, waiting for someone to make the mistake of going down alone again. The cameras in the basement corridor, closest to the production department's connection point, keep going offline between 2 and 4 a.m. Nobody volunteers to go fix them anymore. Story 11. I've been debating whether to share this for months. Part of me wants to forget everything that happened, but I can't shake the feeling that I need to warn others. I'm still not fully recovered, and I don't know if I ever will be. About a year ago, I was desperate for work. I'd been bartending around Vegas for a few years. Nothing special, just making ends meet. When I saw the job posting for a high-volume cocktail bar in Chinatown with decent pay and tips, I jumped on it. The place looked upscale from the photos. Dark wood, moody lighting, craft cocktails. Exactly the kind of spot I wanted to work at. The interview went well. The manager, Rick, seemed impressed with my experience, and we were talking salary when he suddenly got serious. "Before we go any further, there's something you should know about this place." I figured he was going to tell me about difficult customers or crazy hours, the usual bar stuff. Instead, he said, "This building has a history. We've been featured on that ghost hunting show, Ghost Adventures. They called us the Chinatown Poltergeist." He laughed like it was some kind of joke, but his eyes didn't match his smile. "We have what you might call permanent residents," he continued. "Most of the staff has experienced something. An old man who hangs around the back storage area, a little girl near the bathrooms. Glasses break for no reason. Things go missing. People hear voices when nobody's there." I remember shrugging it off. I've never been superstitious, and I figured it was just part of the bar's marketing shtick. Ghost stories bring in tourists. I told him I wasn't worried about it. "That's what they all say," Rick replied. "Just don't mock it. We had a guy last year who thought it was funny to taunt the shrunken head we keep behind the bar. He got thrown to the ground that night, claimed something pushed him, quit the next day. I laughed it off and took the job. The money was good, and honestly, I thought the ghost story angle might make for good tips. I was so fucking wrong. The first few weeks were normal. The bar was busy. The customers were decent, and my co-workers seemed cool, if a little jumpy. I noticed they all had little rituals, touching the doorframe a certain way before entering the storage room, avoiding certain corners of the bar, never staying alone after closing. I thought it was weird but harmless. About a month in, I started feeling off. Nothing dramatic at first, just irritable, really irritable. I've always been pretty even-tempered, but suddenly I was snapping at customers over minor stuff. A guy asking for a drink recommendation would somehow infuriate me. Someone accidentally bumping into me at the service bar would make me want to scream. I chalked it up to stress and lack of sleep. Vegas hours are brutal, and I figured I was just adjusting, but it kept getting worse. I'd get home and feel this overwhelming anger that had no real target. I'd punch my pillow until my knuckles hurt, just trying to get it out. Then the physical stuff started. First, it was this weird rash on my forearms. Red, blotchy, intensely itchy. I thought maybe I was allergic to something at work, a new cleaning product or something in the garnish tray. I switched soaps, wore long sleeves, tried different laundry detergent. Nothing helped. Around the 3-month mark, the dermatographia started. If you don't know what that is, it's when your skin reacts to slight pressure by welting up. I'd wake up with these raised red lines all over my body, like someone had been dragging their nails across my skin while I slept. The doctor said it was likely stress-induced, gave me antihistamines, and told me to relax more. Easier said than done. I started noticing the weird stuff around month 4, nothing dramatic like you see in horror movies. No full-body apparitions or flying objects, just small things that added up. The walk-in cooler door would be wide open in the morning when I was certain I'd locked it the night before. I'd set my bar tools down and turn around, only to find them gone when I turned back. I'd hear someone call my name in an empty room. My co-workers weren't surprised. "The old man doesn't like change," one of the servers told me. "He's probably just getting used to you." I asked about the artifacts Rick had mentioned during my interview. That's when they showed me the collection. The owners were apparently into occult stuff and had filled the bar with authentic items. There was the shrunken head behind the bar, of course, but also a ceremonial blade they claimed had human blood residue on it, a small box that supposedly contained a portion of Aleister Crowley's ashes, a mirror that had belonged to some famous medium, all displayed like macabre decorations among the top-shelf liquors. "Don't touch them unless you have to clean them," my co-worker warned, "and never, ever mock them." I didn't touch them. I didn't mock them. But around month 5, things got much worse. I woke up one morning and couldn't move. My lower back was in excruciating pain, radiating down my left leg. I'd had a herniated disc years before, but it had been fine for a long time. Now, suddenly, it was back with a vengeance, and I couldn't figure out why. I hadn't lifted anything unusually heavy. I hadn't fallen or twisted awkwardly. It just happened. I called in sick. Rick sounded annoyed but not surprised. "Take the time you need," he said. "People get sick around here. It happens." I spent 3 days flat on my back, popping muscle relaxers and painkillers. When I finally dragged myself back to work, everything felt wrong. The bar seemed darker somehow, the air heavier. I swear the temperature behind the bar was a good 10 degrees colder than in the rest of the room, though nobody else seemed to notice. That night, I dropped 3 full bottles of premium liquor. They just slipped from my hands like they were coated in oil. Over $200 of alcohol shattered on the floor. Rick pulled me aside. "How are you feeling, Ethan?" he asked, his voice oddly gentle. "Fine," I lied. My back was killing me. The rash on my arms was burning, and I felt like I hadn't slept in days, despite sleeping 12 hours the night before. "You don't look fine," he said. "You look like shit, actually. And this isn't the first time you've broken things recently." I tried to apologize, but he waved it away. "It's not about the bottles. We budget for breakage. I'm worried about you. This place, it affects people differently. Some people adapt, some don't." "I'm adapting," I insisted. He gave me this look I'll never forget, pity mixed with recognition. "No, you're not. I've seen this before. The place is rejecting you." I should have quit right then. I should have walked out and never looked back, but I needed the money, and some stubborn part of me refused to believe that a building could reject me. It was just a bad stretch. It would pass. It didn't pass. It got worse. The panic attack started a week later. I'd never had one before, so the first time it happened, I thought I was dying. I was in the middle of making a Manhattan when suddenly my heart was pounding out of my chest. I couldn't breathe. My vision tunneled. I was absolutely certain I was about to die right there behind the bar. I somehow made it to the back office before collapsing. One of the servers found me there, hyperventilating and crying. She recognized what was happening immediately and talked me through it. Apparently, she'd been having panic attacks since her second month working there. "It's the girl," she whispered when I could finally breathe again. "She likes to scare people. I can feel her around you lately." I wanted to dismiss it as superstitious nonsense, but I couldn't. Not anymore. Something was happening to me, something I couldn't explain. My body was breaking down. My mind was following suit. The final straw came during my last week there. I was closing alone, something I'd always tried to avoid but couldn't that night. I was wiping down the bar when I heard a glass shatter in the back storage room. I froze, bar rag in hand. The building was empty. I'd locked the doors myself. "Hello?" I called out, feeling like an idiot in a horror movie. No response, of course. I should have just left, locked up and gone home. But I had to check the storage room. It was part of closing procedures to make sure everything was secure. The storage room was cold, much colder than it should have been, even with the AC running. My breath fogged in front of my face as I stepped inside. The light flickered overhead, and I noticed a broken rocks glass on the floor near the shelves. As I bent to pick up the pieces, I felt it, a hand on my shoulder. Not a gentle touch, but a grip so tight it hurt. I spun around, but there was nobody there, just empty air. And then the whispers started, too quiet to make out words, but clearly voices. Multiple voices, overlapping, getting louder. I ran, didn't even finish cleaning up the glass, just ran out, locked the door behind me and called Rick from my car, shaking so hard I could barely hold my phone. "I quit," I told him when he answered. "I can't do this anymore." There was a long pause before he responded. "I understand. Drop your keys in the mail slot. Your final check will be ready next Friday." That was it. No argument, no attempt to keep me. He'd been expecting it. I haven't set foot in that bar since, but leaving didn't fix things right away. The panic attacks continued for months. My back pain came and went without any pattern. The dermatographia got so bad that I looked like I'd been whipped some mornings. It's been almost a year now, and things are finally starting to improve. The panic attacks are less frequent. The rash has mostly cleared up. I can get through most days without feeling that inexplicable rage. But I still wake up sometimes feeling like there's someone standing over my bed. I still hear whispers when I'm alone in my apartment. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision. An old man watching me with hollow eyes, or a small girl with a smile that's just a little too wide. I don't know if I brought something home with me from that place, or if it just broke something inside me that can't be fixed. All I know is that whatever was in that bar wasn't just a marketing gimmick or my imagination. It was real, it was malevolent, and it changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. So if you're ever in Vegas and someone suggests checking out that haunted bar in Chinatown, the one they featured on Ghost Adventures, just don't. Some doors aren't meant to be opened, some places aren't meant to be visited, and some jobs just aren't worth the paycheck, no matter how desperate you are. Story 12. I'm still hesitant to share this even after 24 years. I've told exactly 3 people about what happened that night, and 2 of them looked at me like I was absolutely insane. The third person, my wife, believes me because she knows I'm not the type to make up stories, especially ones this bizarre. This happened in the summer of 1999 in Riverdale, where I grew up. I was 16 at the time, just finishing my sophomore year of high school. Our house was nothing special, a simple two-story with a decent-sized backyard. My bedroom was on the second floor, facing the back of the property. It was one of those stifling summer nights when the air feels thick enough to chew. We didn't have central AC back then, just a couple window units in the living room and my parents' bedroom. My room was always like an oven in the summer, so I'd sleep with my window cracked open about 6 inches to catch whatever breeze might come through. Right outside my window was this chain-link fence separating our backyard from an adjacent lot that my parents also owned. Over the years, that fence had become a sort of storage area. We had 2x4s, an old window frame, and random junk leaning against both sides. My dad was always planning to clean it up but never got around to it. That night I went to bed around 11. I remember being exhausted from helping my dad rebuild our deck that day. The heat made the work twice as hard and my muscles were aching. I fell asleep almost instantly. What happened next is something I can still see perfectly in my mind, like it's projected on a screen in front of me. I opened my eyes suddenly, with no idea why I was awake. It wasn't like waking up normally. It felt like someone had flipped a switch in my brain, commanding me to be conscious at that exact moment. The first thing I noticed was the ceiling. It was way too close to my face. My ceiling was a standard height, maybe 8 feet up, with that awful popcorn texture popular in older homes. But now it was just inches from my nose. 4 inches, to be exact. I know because I could have reached out and touched it with barely extending my finger. I blinked several times, thinking maybe I was dreaming or my eyes were playing tricks. But no, I was fully awake, suspended in mid-air near my ceiling, my body parallel to my bed below. I wasn't floating gently like in a swimming pool. I was just there, suspended, like gravity had decided to take a break just for me. The digital clock on my nightstand read 2:17 a.m. The red glow was bright enough that I could make out the familiar details of my room from this new, impossible perspective. My desk with textbooks stacked on it, the Pearl Jam poster on the wall, my baseball gear in the corner. Everything looked the same, except I was viewing it all from near the ceiling. I don't know how long I was up there, probably just seconds, but it felt like forever. Then came the moment when my brain finally processed what was happening, and panic set in. The instant I fully realized the impossibility of my situation, I felt a pull. Not like someone grabbing me, but like suction, as if whatever force had lifted me up suddenly released, and I was being pulled back down. I didn't crash into the bed. I just sort of merged back into my body. That's the only way I can describe it. One moment I was near the ceiling, and the next I was lying in my bed, rigid with fear, unable to move a muscle. I laid there, heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs, trying to convince myself I'd had a vivid dream or maybe a hallucination from heat stroke. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. It was too real, too visceral. That's when I noticed something in the corner of my room, where the walls meet the ceiling. A grey cloud was forming, about the size of a basketball. Not like smoke or steam, more like swirling fog that somehow stayed contained in that one spot. It didn't have a defined shape, just constantly shifting and swirling within itself. As I stared at it, frozen in my bed, something changed. I can't explain how I knew, but suddenly I was certain the cloud had become aware of me. Not just my physical presence, but my consciousness, like it registered that I was watching it. The feeling was so strong and clear that it seemed like it had communicated directly with my mind. The moment this awareness occurred, the cloud moved. It didn't drift slowly like fog would. It shot across the room in a straight line, directly over my bed, and then straight out through the cracked window. The movement was deliberate and impossibly fast. At the exact instant the cloud passed through the window opening, there was a massive crash outside. It sounded like someone had thrown a handful of lumber against a wall. The noise was so loud and sudden that I jumped, finally breaking free from my paralysis. I still couldn't bring myself to get up and check the window. I lay there, shaking, convinced that if I looked outside, I'd see something I couldn't handle. So I just pulled my blanket over my head like a little kid and stayed. That way until morning, not sleeping a single minute. When the sun finally came up, I cautiously approached my window. What I saw made my blood run cold. All the wood and junk that had been neatly stacked against the fence was scattered across both yards. 2x4s that had been leaning against the fence for years were now lying 15 feet away. That old window frame was shattered, glass everywhere. It looked like a bomb had gone off, centered exactly on the spot below my bedroom window. I ran downstairs and went outside to get a closer look. There was no wind damage anywhere else, just that one specific area that looked like it had been hit by a tornado. My mom came out and asked what happened, and I mumbled something about raccoons or maybe neighborhood kids. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. Here's the strangest part. I somehow knew with absolute certainty that the entity, that's what I've come to call it, needed the open window to escape. This wasn't a conclusion I reached after thinking about it. It was knowledge that was suddenly in my head, as if planted there. I have no idea how I knew this, but the conviction was unshakable. I spent the next few months researching similar experiences, looking for any explanation. I read about out-of-body experiences, astral projection, sleep paralysis. None of it quite matched what happened to me. Sleep paralysis usually involves feeling pinned down, not floating up, and while out-of-body experiences can involve seeing yourself from above, they don't typically end with swirling clouds that throw lumber around your backyard. For years, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I sleepwalked onto my desk and fell back into bed, dreaming the rest. Maybe the wood fell because of an animal or a gust of wind. But deep down, I know what happened. I've never slept with a window open since that night, not even a crack. My wife thinks it's because I'm paranoid about security, and I let her believe that. It's easier than explaining the truth, that I'm terrified of giving whatever was in my room that night another way back in, or out. To this day, I have no idea what happened to me. Was I chosen for some reason? Was it random? Was it trying to take me somewhere before I became fully aware and broke whatever connection it had established? I still live in the same general area, though I moved to a different house after getting married. Sometimes when I drive past my old neighborhood on hot summer nights and see open windows, I wonder if anyone else has experienced what I did. And I wonder if that entity is still out there, looking for another way in. Story 13. I've been debating whether to share this for years. Even typing it now makes my hands shake a little. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or demons or any of that supernatural crap. At least, I wasn't before I got stationed at Misawa Air Base in Japan. This happened back in 2015, when I was working as a command post controller for the Air Force. Pretty standard job, monitoring emergency actions, base operations, that kind of thing. The work itself wasn't the problem. The problem was where they housed me. When I got my housing assignment, I remember laughing when I saw the building number, 666. I joked about it with some of the guys. Great, they're putting me in the devil's dorm. Everyone had a good chuckle. Nobody was laughing a few weeks later. The first night in that building was uneventful. I was jet-lagged, exhausted from the move, and just crashed. But on the second night it started. I woke up in the middle of the night, completely unable to move. My eyes were open, I could see my room, but my body was frozen. There was this overwhelming pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. And the worst part, I felt like there was someone or something in the room with me. I couldn't turn my head to look, but I could sense it, a presence, watching me. I'd experienced sleep paralysis maybe once or twice in my life before this, usually during periods of extreme stress. But this felt different somehow, more deliberate. When I finally broke out of it, I was drenched in sweat, and my heart was racing so fast I thought I might need medical attention. I chalked it up to stress from the new assignment and tried to forget about it. But the next night, it happened again, and the night after that. Within a week, I was getting maybe 3 or 4 hours of actual sleep. The rest of the time, I was either lying awake afraid to close my eyes, or trapped in that horrible paralyzed state. What really got to me was when I started hearing about similar experiences from other airmen in the building. We weren't a particularly close-knit dorm. Most of us worked different shifts and hardly saw each other. But word started getting around. There was this guy, Rodriguez, who lived down the hall. He came to work one day looking like absolute hell. When I asked if he was okay, he just stared at me for a second before saying, "Building 666, man. You live there too, right? You know what I'm talking about." And I did. That's when I realized it wasn't just me. Another guy, Chen, started sleeping in his car. Said he'd rather deal with the discomfort than spend another night in that building. Management gave him hell for it, but he wouldn't budge. Then there was Mike, who worked with me in command post. He lived on the same floor as me, just a few doors down. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, there was a knock on my door. It was Mike, and he looked terrible, pale, shaky, with dark circles under his eyes. "James," he said, "I know this is weird, but can I crash in your room tonight? Just on the floor or something?" I let him in, of course. As he was setting up a makeshift bed on my floor with some spare blankets, I asked him what was going on. "I can't sleep in my room anymore," he said quietly. "Every night for the past week I wake up paralyzed. And there's something in there with me. I can feel it watching me, moving around." "Sleep paralysis," I said, trying to sound reasonable. "It's a medical thing. Stress can trigger it." Mike just shook his head. "No, man, this is different. This isn't in my head." He hesitated, then added, "Something grabbed my ankle last night. I felt the fingers, cold, like ice. I'd rather sleep on your hard-ass floor than go back in there alone." Mike slept in my room that night. He was supposed to work a night shift the next day, and he was desperate for some actual rest. I remember lying awake, listening to his breathing as it slowed and steadied. At least one of us was getting some sleep. The breaking point came about a month after I moved in. There was a young airman, I never knew his name, who lived on the first floor. One morning, the whole building was awakened by sirens. Security forces and medical were everywhere. The airman had committed suicide during the night. I don't know the details, and honestly I don't want to, but the rumors spread fast. People said he'd been complaining about not being able to sleep, about seeing things in his room at night, the same things many of us had been experiencing. After that, even the higher-ups couldn't ignore what was happening. The base chaplain got involved. I remember him coming to the building, walking through each floor with a serious expression. A week later, they changed the building number from 666 to 660. Just like that, as if changing a few digits could erase whatever was happening there. It didn't help, not for me anyway. The worst night, the one I still have nightmares about, happened in February. It was snowing outside, and the wind was howling against my window. I'd been in the building for almost 3 months by then, and the sleep paralysis had become so common that I'd almost gotten used to it. Almost. That night I fell asleep surprisingly easily. And I had this amazing dream. I was in this incredible mansion. Everything was gold and marble, and I was surrounded by beautiful women. It was like something out of a rap video or a movie about a billionaire's lifestyle. In the dream, I remember thinking, this is the life. This is what happiness feels like. Then, cutting through all of it, I heard a voice, clear as day, right in my ear. "You can have all of this if 666. I jolted awake, except I didn't. My eyes were still closed, but I was conscious. And I couldn't move, not a finger, not an eyelid. Nothing. But this time was different from the other episodes. My body started convulsing, like I was having a seizure, but I still couldn't control any of it. It was like someone else was shaking me. I kept my eyes squeezed shut. Somehow I knew that whatever was happening, I did not want to see it. But then, and this is the part I still can't explain, I could see anyway. Not with my eyes, but in my mind. I could see my room as clearly as if my eyes were open. And I saw it. Standing at the foot of my bed was this thing. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, and completely black. Not like a person with dark skin, black like a shadow, like a hole in reality. And it had these appendages. Not arms exactly, more like tentacles or wisps of darkness that moved and writhed around it. I was screaming in my head, begging my body to move, but nothing happened. I was completely helpless as this shadow thing slowly moved from the foot of my bed up toward where I lay. It leaned over me. I could feel the cold emanating from it, and then it whispered right in my ear, in a voice that sounded like it was coming through static, "I'll get you next time." And then, suddenly, I could move. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. My room was empty, no shadow, no tentacles, nothing but my own ragged breathing and the sound of snow hitting my window. I didn't sleep again that night, or much for the next week. I put in for a housing transfer the very next day, citing severe sleep disturbances affecting my duty performance. My commander, thankfully, didn't ask too many questions. Maybe he'd heard the rumors about Building 66. I moved out 2 weeks later into a different dorm on the other side of the base, and just like that, the sleep paralysis stopped completely. I haven't had a single episode since leaving that building, not even after I left Misawa and got stationed back in the States. Sometimes I talk to guys who were stationed at Misawa around the same time. Whenever Building 666, or 660 as they ended up calling it, comes up, there's this moment of recognition, this look that passes between those of us who lived there. We don't even need to say anything, we know. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Mass hysteria, maybe, the power of suggestion, sleep disorders triggered by stress, or the weird magnetic fields from all the communications equipment on base. I've come up with a dozen explanations, but none of them explain what I saw that night. None of them explain why the episode stopped as soon as I moved out, and none of them explain why, even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night with those words echoing in my head, "I'll get you next time." I'm not in Building 66 anymore. I'm not even in Japan. But sometimes, especially on snowy nights when the wind is howling, I wonder if that thing, whatever it was, followed me home. Story 14. I've been putting off writing about this for a while. It's been 3 months since I quit my job at Alco Clothing Outlet, and I still get this weird feeling in my stomach when I think about it. I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or any of that paranormal stuff, but what happened there? I just can't explain it. I worked as a night janitor at Alco for almost 2 years. It wasn't a bad gig, decent pay, worked alone most of the time, and I could listen to podcasts while cleaning. The store was in this small town where not much happens. You know the type. Everyone knows everyone, and the biggest excitement is when the high school football team wins a game. The building itself was pretty big for our town. Most people who shopped there had no idea that about 70% of the building was actually this massive warehouse in the back. The front part was your typical clothing store. Racks of clothes, changing rooms, registers, but behind a single door marked "Employees Only" was this huge warehouse space where they stored all the extra inventory, seasonal stuff, and displays. I usually didn't need to spend much time back there. My job was mainly to clean the store area, bathrooms, break room, and offices. I'd go into the warehouse maybe once or twice a week to empty some trash bins or sweep the main walkways. The place was massive, with these tall metal shelves that went almost to the ceiling and long, narrow aisles between them. The lighting was terrible, just these fluorescent tubes that buzzed and flickered, leaving a lot of dark corners and shadows. I first noticed something was off about 6 months ago. I was doing my usual cleaning routine when my manager called and said I could leave early because of some plumbing issue they needed to fix the next morning. I was about to head out when I remembered I hadn't emptied the trash in the warehouse. Figured I'd just quickly do that before leaving. The warehouse was completely silent that night. Usually, there's at least the hum of the heating system or the occasional settling noises old buildings make. But that night, it was dead quiet. I was walking down the main aisle with my cart, and I swear to God, I heard what sounded exactly like a sneaker scuffing against the tile floor. It was clear as day, and it came from about 3 feet to my right. I froze. The sound was so distinct, that squeak that sneakers make on smooth flooring. I turned and called out, "Hello?" Nothing. I looked around, thinking maybe one of the other employees had stayed late, but there was nobody there. I convinced myself it was just my imagination and hurried to finish up. The next day, I came in for my shift and overheard Melissa, one of the cashiers, talking to our manager Dave. She was saying something about hearing footsteps on the roof the night before. Dave was telling her it was probably just raccoons or the wind, but she insisted it sounded like heavy footsteps on the metal and concrete roof. She said it couldn't have been maintenance because no one was scheduled. That conversation stuck with me because just a few weeks earlier, I'd seen something in that warehouse that I couldn't explain. I was cleaning near the back wall, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like a tall shadow duck behind one of the shelves. It was quick, just a glimpse, but it was definitely the shape of a person. I called out, thinking it might be the night security guard doing his rounds, but no one answered. When I went to check, there was no one there, and no way someone could have left that area without me seeing them. After hearing Melissa's story, I started paying more attention to the weird things happening in the building. Other employees would casually mention strange stuff, items moving overnight, unexplained cold spots, the feeling of being watched. But the one thing that kept coming up was the knocking. Multiple co-workers mentioned hearing knocking sounds coming from the main wall separating the store floor from the warehouse. This wall was solid concrete, no windows, no gates, no doors, just a blank wall. The knocking wasn't constant, but it happened often enough that people noticed. 3 distinct knocks, like someone trying to get attention. Some employees joked about it being the warehouse ghost, but you could tell they were uncomfortable. About a month after I heard that sneaker sound, things started getting worse. The store wasn't doing well financially, rumors about bankruptcy were floating around, and everyone was on edge about losing their jobs. That's when the weird stuff started happening more frequently. One night, I was mopping the break room when all the cabinets suddenly opened at once. Not gradually, not one by one, all of them, simultaneously. The sound made me jump and drop my mop. I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the open cabinets. I told myself it was some pressure change in the building or something, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The following week, I was in the warehouse organizing some cleaning supplies when all the lights went out. Complete darkness. I had my phone, so I turned on the flashlight and made my way toward the exit. As I was walking, I heard footsteps behind me. Heavy footsteps, like work boots on concrete. They were matching my pace exactly, stopping when I stopped. I spun around, shining my light down the aisle, but there was nothing there. The footsteps stopped. When I turned back around and continued walking, they started again. I practically ran to the exit. When I got to the store area, the lights were still on. I asked Dave if there had been a power outage in the warehouse, and he looked at me like I was crazy. He said the building was on one circuit. If the warehouse lights went out, the store lights would too. I didn't go back to the warehouse for the rest of that shift. The next night I was cleaning the store floor when I heard those 3 knocks from the wall. Loud, deliberate knocks. Knock, knock, knock. I ignored them at first, but they kept happening, getting louder each time. Eventually, I went over to the wall and pressed my ear against it. The knocking stopped immediately. Then, just as I was about to walk away, I heard a whisper from the other side. I couldn't make out what it said, but it was definitely a voice. By this point, I was seriously considering quitting. The only reason I stayed was that I needed the money, and jobs weren't easy to come by in our town. Plus, a part of me was curious about what was happening. I started researching the building's history, asking older employees if they knew anything about it. One of the older security guards, Bill, had been working there since the building opened 15 years ago. He told me it used to be a manufacturing plant for some company that went out of business. When Alco bought it, they renovated the front part into a store, but kept the warehouse mostly as it was. Bill mentioned that there had been an accident at the old plant. Someone had fallen from one of the high shelves and died. But he didn't know many details, and I couldn't find much information online. Things came to a head about 3 months ago. The store had officially filed for bankruptcy, and most employees were just going through the motions until the final closing day. The warehouse was being emptied out as inventory was sold off or transferred to other locations. I noticed that almost everyone avoided going back there if they could help it. It was a Tuesday night, and I was the only one in the building except for Bill, who was doing his rounds outside. I had to go into the warehouse to clean out some storage areas they were clearing. The moment I stepped through that door, I felt something was different. The air was heavier, colder. The usual buzz of the fluorescent lights was missing, even though they were on. I made my way down the main aisle, pushing my cart ahead of me. The warehouse was emptier than usual, with many shelves already cleared out. That made the space feel even bigger and more hollow. About halfway down the aisle, my cart suddenly stopped, like it had hit something, but there was nothing in front of it. I pushed harder, and it moved again. Then I heard that sneaker sound, the same scuffing noise I'd heard months ago. It was right next to me, but again there was nobody there. I was about to turn around and leave when I saw it, the shadow figure. It was at the end of the aisle, just standing there, tall, definitely human-shaped, but completely black, like a silhouette. It wasn't moving, just watching me. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks, but it was still there. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. The figure didn't respond or move. I took a step back, and that's when I heard the knocking again. But this time, it wasn't coming from the wall. It was coming from right above me. Knock, knock, knock. I looked up and there was nothing there. When I looked back down, the shadow figure was closer. It hadn't moved. It was just suddenly nearer, like in those horror movies where the monster teleports when you're not looking. I could make out more details now. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, with broad shoulders. But where its face should have been was just darkness. I dropped my cart and ran. I didn't care about my job or my stuff. I just needed to get out. As I ran down the aisle, the lights started flickering, and I heard footsteps running behind me. Heavy footsteps, gaining on me. The temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. Just as I reached the door to the store area, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck. Not a touch, more like when you feel a cold draft, but concentrated in one spot. I burst through the door and slammed it shut behind me, leaning against it and trying to catch my breath. Bill found me there a few minutes later. He said I was pale as a ghost and shaking. I tried to explain what happened, but it all sounded crazy when I said it out loud. Bill just nodded, though. He didn't laugh or tell me I was imagining things. He just said, "That's why I don't go in there alone anymore." I quit the next day, didn't even give notice. Just called my manager and told him I wasn't coming back. He didn't seem surprised. The store closed down completely 2 weeks later. I drive past the building sometimes, and it just sits there empty. They haven't been able to sell it or lease it to a new business. Sometimes at night, I swear I can see a light moving around in the warehouse section, like someone walking with a flashlight. But according to Bill, who still keeps in touch, no one has been in that building since they locked it up. I still don't know what was in that warehouse. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else. All I know is that whatever it was getting more active as the business was dying. like it was feeding off the negative energy or something. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still hear those 3 knocks, even though I'm miles away from that place. Story 15. I've always considered myself a rational person when it comes to the paranormal. Sure, I've been fascinated by ghosts since I was 10 years old, but I approached it scientifically. After 15 years of investigating haunted locations, I thought I knew all the precautions. I thought I was safe. What happened 3 weeks ago changed everything for me. My name's Marcus. I run a paranormal investigation group in Blackridge called Spectral Evidence. We're not the dramatic type you see on TV shows. No screaming at empty rooms or provoking spirits. We go in quietly, set up equipment and document what happens. I've been to over 70 locations across 3 states, and I've always been the calm one, the guy who keeps everyone grounded when they get spooked by a creaking floorboard. The Harmon House case started like any other. A local family contacted us about disturbances, objects moving, strange sounds, their kids refusing to sleep in their rooms. Standard stuff. The house was a Victorian built in 1896, sitting on the outskirts of town where the forest starts to thicken. I've investigated dozens of Victorians before. They all creak and groan. Most hauntings turn out to be old pipes, settling foundations, or raccoons in the attic. When we arrived that evening, something felt different. The air was heavy, like before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. My EMF meter started fluctuating before I even got out of the car. That never happens. The homeowners greeted us nervously, explaining they'd been staying with relatives for 3 days because their youngest daughter woke up with scratches on her back. I remember telling my team to approach this like any other investigation. No expectations, I said. We document, we analyze, we don't jump to conclusions. That's always been my mantra. The first 2 hours were quiet. We set up infrared cameras, digital recorders, motion sensors, the usual setup. I was in the basement with Rick, my tech guy, when the temperature dropped 15 degrees in seconds. I could see my breath. Rick's too. The digital thermometer confirmed it wasn't just our imagination. "You feel that?" Rick whispered. I nodded, watching the condensation from my breath drift in front of my face. Then our equipment went nuts. The EMF spiked to levels I'd never seen before. The static on our spirit box cleared for just a moment, and we heard what sounded like a child's voice say, "He's coming." Clear as day. No static, no ambiguity. Rick looked at me, his face pale. What the hell was that? Before I could answer, there was a crash from upstairs. We ran up to find one of our cameras had been knocked over, but no one was near it. The motion sensors hadn't triggered. The camera's footage later showed it being pushed by an invisible force. Things escalated quickly after that. Light bulbs exploded, doors slammed. We recorded EVPs that, when played back, contained phrases like, "Let me out," and "He's trapped us here." One of our investigators, Lisa, started complaining of a burning sensation on her arm, and when she rolled up her sleeve, there were 3 red marks forming. That's when I made a decision I now regret. I decided to do a provocation session, something I normally avoid. I sat alone in the master bedroom with just a recorder and asked whatever was there to show itself, to prove it existed. The room went ice cold. My recorder died. The light bulb overhead shattered. And for just a second, I saw something in the corner of the room, a shadow that didn't match any object. It was dense, like a black hole absorbing the darkness around it. It had form, but no features I could make out, just a void where nothing should be. Then it was gone. The room temperature returned to normal. My recorder came back on by itself. We wrapped up the investigation an hour later. The homeowners decided to have their house blessed by a priest the next day. We packed our equipment, and I felt a sense of accomplishment. We documented more activity in one night than in our previous 10 investigations combined. I was already thinking about how to present our findings at the next paranormal conference. I got home around 3 in the morning, exhausted but wired. My apartment had always been a sanctuary, a normal, mundane place with no history, no activity, just four walls and a roof where I could decompress after investigations. I showered, made some tea, and finally crawled into bed around 4. That's when I first noticed something was off. The air in my bedroom felt wrong, heavy, like there was less oxygen than there should be. I chalked it up to exhaustion and fell into a restless sleep. I woke up 2 hours later to the sound of my closet door sliding open. I live alone. I have no pets. I sat up, heart pounding, and saw the closet door was indeed open about 6 inches. I told myself it hadn't latched properly. Old building, uneven floors. I got up, closed it firmly, and went back to bed. 10 minutes later, it opened again. This time, I watched it happen. Slow, deliberate, like someone was pulling it open carefully, trying not to make noise. I turned on every light in the apartment and sat in my living room until dawn, telling myself I was overtired, that my mind was playing tricks after an intense investigation. But deep down, I knew. Something had followed me home. The next day, everything seemed normal. I went to work, my day job as an IT consultant, came home, and found nothing out of place. I started to think maybe I had imagined the whole thing. Then around 9 that evening, while I was editing video footage from the investigation, I heard someone yell my name from the kitchen. It wasn't a whisper or a distant sound. It was clear, loud, like someone was standing in my kitchen shouting for me. I ran in there, baseball bat in hand, to find an empty room. But the temperature was freezing, and my breath clouded in front of me. This continued for days. Parts of my apartment would suddenly become freezing cold. The closet door would open when I wasn't looking. I'd hear footsteps when I was alone, voices calling my name or having conversations I couldn't quite make out. Once, I woke up to find every cabinet and drawer in my kitchen standing open. On the 4th night, things escalated. I was trying to sleep when I felt something press down on the foot of my bed, like someone sitting there. I could see the depression in the mattress. Then it moved, crawling slowly up toward me. I could feel the mattress dipping with each movement. I was paralyzed with fear. When it reached my chest, I felt a crushing weight, like someone was sitting on me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Then, as suddenly as it started, it was gone. I gasped for air, turned on the lights, and spent the rest of the night in my car in the parking lot. The next morning, I called Elaine, a medium I'd worked with on several cases. I'd always been skeptical of mediums, but Elaine had proven herself reliable. She agreed to come over that afternoon. As soon as she walked in, I saw her face change. She stopped just inside the door, her eyes widening. "You've got something," she said quietly. "It's attached to you, not the apartment." She walked through each room, sometimes stopping to place her hand against a wall or close her eyes. In my bedroom, she stared at the closet for a long time. "It's an imp," she finally said. "A minor entity, but mischievous. They're attracted to energy, and you brought back a lot from that house. It's feeding off your fear." "Is it dangerous?" I asked. "Not directly," she said. "But imps can be doorways. They create chaos, weaken the barriers. If you let this continue, something stronger might notice and come through." She helped me perform a cleansing ritual. We used sage, salt, and specific prayers she taught me. The whole time, I could feel resistance in the air, like pushing against a strong wind. When we finished, the apartment felt lighter, but Elaine warned me it might not be over. "It's attached to you, not this place," she reminded me. "You need to break that connection." She recommended I take a ritual bath with specific herbs and salt, and then avoid all paranormal work for at least a month. No investigations, no research, not even watching ghost hunting shows. I needed to close myself off completely. I followed her instructions exactly. The bath water turned black halfway through, though I hadn't been dirty. When I drained the tub, the water left an oily residue that took hours to clean. For a week after, things were quiet. I thought it was over. Then last Tuesday, I woke up at 3:15 in the morning to find someone standing at the foot of my bed. Not a shadow or a vague shape, a figure, solid enough that it blocked the light from my window. It was small, maybe 4 feet tall, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. I couldn't make out facial features, just darkness where a face should be. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then it leaned forward, putting its hands on the bed, and crawled toward me, just like the invisible weight I'd felt before. This time I could see it coming. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like watching stop-motion animation. When it reached my chest, it leaned down until the blank space where its face should be was inches from mine. I felt cold breath on my face, smelled something like rotting leaves and copper. Then it spoke, not out loud but in my head, a voice that felt like nails on a chalkboard inside my skull. You invited us. You opened the door. I must have blacked out. When I came to, my apartment was filled with morning light and the thing was gone. But I knew it would be back. I called Elaine again, frantic. She came over with 2 other mediums. They performed a more intensive cleansing, not just of my apartment, but of me personally. One of them, an older woman named Ruth, told me I had tears in my aura that needed to be sealed. It's been 3 days since then. The activity has stopped, but I don't feel safe. I sleep with lights on. I've installed security cameras in every room. I check my closet before bed like a scared kid. I'm writing this as a warning to other investigators. We treat the paranormal like a science experiment, like we're in control. We're not. We're playing with forces we don't understand. I've been doing this for 15 years and thought I was untouchable. I was wrong. I've seen what happens when this work goes bad. My friend Dave accidentally walked into a homeless encampment during a cemetery investigation and got shot in the leg. Another investigator, Tony, spent 3 years in a psychiatric hospital after what he encountered at an abandoned asylum. He still can't talk about it, but those were accidents, physical dangers. What happened to me is different. Something noticed me, something followed me, and I'm not convinced it's gone. Last night, as I was falling asleep, I heard a whisper right beside my ear. We're still here. We're always here. You just can't see us yet. I don't know what to do now. I've stopped all paranormal work. I'm thinking of moving, but Elaine says that won't help if it's attached to me, not my home. The hunter became the hunted. I spent years looking for proof of the other side, and now I have it. And I'd give anything to go back to just believing instead of knowing. If you're an investigator reading this, please be careful. Just because you can seek these things out doesn't mean you should. Some doors, once opened, can't be closed again. Story 16. I've been debating whether to post this for a while now. It's not easy to talk about, and honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I guess I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Back in 2015, when I was 20, my mom, siblings and I moved into this small 2-story house on the outskirts of Melbourne. Nothing fancy, just your average suburban home, a bit old but affordable. We were excited about the fresh start. The neighborhood was quiet, which was a nice change from our previous place. For about a year, everything was normal. We settled in, got into our routines, and the house just felt like, well, a house. Nothing special, nothing weird. I was working part-time and taking some classes. My younger siblings were in school, and Mom was juggling multiple jobs as usual. Life was just life. I remember the first incident so clearly because it caught me completely off guard. I was walking up the stairs one evening, around 7 or 8, heading to my room after dinner. I was about halfway up when I heard it, a low, whispery male voice that seemed to come from right beside me saying, "Hey!" Just that one word. I froze, my hand gripping the banister. My immediate thought was that one of my siblings was playing a trick, but I was alone on the staircase, and the voice didn't sound like anyone in my family. It was deeper, almost scratchy. I called out to see if anyone was around, but everyone was downstairs watching TV. I brushed it off as my imagination, but something about it left me unsettled. About 2 weeks later, it happened again. Same spot on the stairs, but this time it was a cough, followed by this weird giggle. Not like a child's laugh, more like someone trying to suppress laughter, that kind of snickering sound. Again, no one was there. I told myself it was just the house settling or sounds carrying weirdly from outside, but deep down, I knew better. I didn't mention these incidents to my family at first. Mum was stressed enough with work and bills, and I didn't want to add to that. Plus, I felt silly, a 20-year-old afraid of weird noises. Come on. Life went on, and I started avoiding the stairs when I was alone in the house. I'd make excuses to go up only when someone else was around, or I'd dash up them as quickly as possible. It seems ridiculous now, but at the time, it felt necessary. Fast forward to about 2 years later. By this point, I'd almost convinced myself those incidents were just stress or an overactive imagination. Then something happened that I couldn't explain away. My little sister was 8 at the time. Mom was doing some work in her upstairs bedroom, and my sister was playing quietly on the floor. Mom stepped out to grab something downstairs, leaving my sister alone for maybe 5 minutes. Suddenly, we all heard this blood-curdling scream from upstairs. I've never moved so fast in my life. Mom was already halfway up the stairs by the time I got there. When we reached Mum's bedroom, my sister was huddled in the corner, sobbing uncontrollably. Her face was ghost white, and she was staring fixedly at the bathroom door across the hall. Mom wrapped her arms around her, trying to calm her down, asking what happened. Between sobs, my sister kept saying, "The shadow man was watching me. He had red eyes. He was right there, staring at me." Mom tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a shadow from a passing car. Maybe she dozed, off and had a nightmare. But my sister was adamant. She described seeing a tall, dark figure standing in the bathroom doorway watching her. She said his eyes glowed red like tiny flashlights. She refused to sleep in that room for weeks afterward and would cry if left alone upstairs. That incident shook us all up. Mum even had a friend come over to check if there might be some logical explanation. Weird lighting, reflections from outside, something. They found nothing. I didn't tell Mom about my experiences on the staircase yet, but I started to wonder if they were connected. Then came the incident that still haunts me, the one that landed me in hospital. It was a regular Tuesday. I'd been feeling fine all day, went to my classes, hung out with friends, came home for dinner. Nothing unusual. Around 9 that night, I went to use the upstairs bathroom. The moment I stepped inside, I felt wrong. It's hard to describe, but it was like walking through a cloud of heaviness. The air felt thick, and I suddenly felt exhausted, like all my energy had been sucked out. I remember thinking it was strange, but figured I was just tired from the day. I went about my business, washed my hands, and as I was about to leave, a wave of nausea hit me like a truck. I barely made it to the toilet before throwing up. What came out wasn't normal. It was dark, almost black. Even in my disoriented state, I knew that wasn't right. I cleaned myself up, thinking maybe I'd eaten something bad. I staggered to my bedroom and collapsed on my bed, thinking I'd just sleep it off. That's when things get a bit hazy. According to my mom, I slept for nearly 3 days straight. She said she checked on me periodically, and I would mumble responses, so she thought I was just fighting off a bug. She left food and water by my bed, but I barely touched them. What I remember from those 3 days is fragmented. Waking up drenched in sweat, the room spinning, getting up to vomit more of that dark stuff, feeling like my body was being crushed by something heavy, and the constant, overwhelming fear that something was in the room with me, watching me suffer. On the 3rd day, I managed to drag myself to the bathroom again. Mom happened to walk by just as I was vomiting into the sink. This time, there was no mistaking it. I was throwing up blood, lots of it. Her face went white, and within minutes, she had me in the car, racing to the emergency room. The doctors were baffled. My symptoms didn't make sense together. They ran test after test, blood work, scans, the works. Finally, they determined I had a severe blood infection with incredibly high infection markers, their exact words. My white blood cell count was through the roof, like my body was fighting something massive. But they couldn't figure out what had caused it. They asked about everything: what I'd eaten, if I'd been around sick people, if I'd injured myself recently. Nothing explained it. I spent a week in the hospital on heavy antibiotics. The doctors told my mum that if she'd waited even one more day to bring me in, I might not have made it. That's how serious it was. Yet none of them could explain how a perfectly healthy 22-year-old developed such a severe infection seemingly overnight. When I finally went home, I was terrified of going upstairs, especially to that bathroom. I started using only the downstairs toilet, making excuses about the stairs being too tiring while I recovered. But eventually, I had to face it. The first time I went back to the upstairs bathroom, the same feeling hit me. Instant fatigue, a deep sense of dread, and this crushing sadness that came out of nowhere. I got out of there as fast as I could. Later, I worked up the courage to ask Mom if she ever felt strange in the upstairs bathroom. The look on her face told me everything before she even spoke. She admitted that yes, every time she went in there, she felt drained and anxious. My sister, too, said she hated that bathroom and would only use it if she absolutely had to. We started sharing our experiences. Mom said she would get sudden headaches that disappeared as soon as she left that room. My sister said it always felt like someone's mad at you in there. And I told them about the voices on the stairs. We considered moving, but financially, it wasn't an option then. Instead, we adapted. We used the downstairs bathroom almost exclusively. We went upstairs together when possible. We kept lights on in the hallway and bathroom at night. I've since moved out to my own place, but my mom and siblings still live there. When I visit, that feeling is still there. It's strongest in the bathroom and on the middle section of the staircase. But honestly, the whole house has this heaviness to it now that I notice immediately when I walk in. I've tried researching the house's history, but there's nothing notable. No tragic deaths, no criminal activity. It's just an ordinary house built in the 1990s. I've looked into environmental factors too: mold, carbon monoxide, electromagnetic fields, but nothing explains all of our experiences. What bothers me most is my illness. I've never been that sick before or since. The doctors had no explanation for what caused it, and it happened right after I used that bathroom. I can't prove the connection, but I feel it in my gut. Sometimes I wonder if we should have done more, brought in a medium or some kind of expert. But part of me was afraid of what they might find, or worse, that they'd find nothing and confirm we were all just losing our minds. I still don't know what to make of all this. Was it something supernatural, some environmental factor the professionals missed, a series of coincidences and an overactive imagination? I honestly don't know. But what I do know is that house changed something in me. I'm more sensitive now to places and their energy. I can walk into a room and immediately sense if something's off. My mom says she's made peace with whatever is in that house. She feels it's not necessarily evil, just troubled and confused. Maybe she's right. But I can't forget lying in that hospital bed, my body fighting something the doctors couldn't identify, and the absolute certainty I felt that whatever made me sick wasn't natural. So that's my story. I'm not claiming to have answers, and I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just sharing what happened. The house still stands. My family still lives there, and sometimes when I visit and have to use that upstairs bathroom, I still feel it. That heavy, watching presence that seems to say, I know you know I'm here. Story 17. I'm still shaken typing this, even though it's been over 10 years. I've never really talked about what happened that winter when I was 11, partly because I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy, and partly because I still don't understand what I saw. But I need to get this off my chest. I grew up in Pinewood, a quiet suburban town where nothing exciting ever happened. Our house was pretty big, with a huge yard filled with trees. My favorite was this ancient mango tree that belonged to my aunt who lived next door. That tree had been there forever, with branches that twisted in all sorts of weird ways. In the summer we'd climb it and pick mangoes, but in winter it just looked creepy and dead against the grey sky. Being the oldest of 4 kids meant I never had any privacy, so I started waking up super early, around 5:30 or 6, just to have some time to myself before school. I'd slip out of the bedroom I shared with my sister, grab my clothes, and lock myself in the upstairs bathroom for like an hour. My parents thought I was just being responsible, but really, I just wanted to be alone before the chaos of the day started. The bathroom on the 2nd floor had this big window that looked out over our backyard. It wasn't like a clear window. It had that frosted glass for privacy, but the top part was clear, and I could see the tops of all the trees. In winter, everything outside would be covered in this thick fog that made the world look like it was underwater. That particular morning in January started like any other. It was freezing cold, and I remember wearing these flannel pajamas with reindeers on them that my grandma had given me for Christmas. I woke up at around 5:45, grabbed my school uniform, and tiptoed to the bathroom. The house was completely silent, except for the occasional creaks that old houses make. My dad hadn't even left for work yet. I locked the door behind me and turned on the small space heater because the bathroom was always freezing in winter. I remember sitting on the edge of the bathtub, waiting for it to fill while staring out the window. The fog was especially thick that morning, like someone had draped a white sheet over the world. I could barely see the tops of the trees. I was kind of zoning out, you know? That sleepy state where you're not really thinking about anything. The bathtub was filling up with hot water, making the room steamy, and I was just staring absently at my aunt's mango tree through the window. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought it was just the fog moving weirdly, but then I realized there were shapes in it, 2 distinct shapes hovering right above the highest branches of the mango tree. They were small, maybe 2 or 3 feet tall, and almost completely transparent. Like if you took white tissue paper and made it into a person shape, but you could see through it. They didn't have any features I could make out, no faces, no clothes, nothing like that. Just these vague humanoid outlines that were slightly whiter than the fog around them. And they were playing. That's the only word I can use to describe it. They were spinning around each other, rolling through the air like they were weightless. One would do this little somersault and the other would follow. They'd circle each other, then separate, then come back together. It was like watching puppies playing, except they were floating 20 feet in the air and were made of something that wasn't quite solid. The weirdest part? I swear I could hear giggling, not with my ears exactly, but somewhere in my head, this high-pitched, delighted sound that matched their movements perfectly. They were having so much fun, completely oblivious to me watching them from the bathroom window. I couldn't move. I was frozen, with my hand still on the bathtub faucet, water overflowing onto the floor, but I couldn't look away. I wasn't exactly scared at first, more like completely shocked. These things, whatever they were, didn't seem threatening. They were just existing in their own little world. I watched them for what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple of minutes. Then suddenly the fog seemed to get thicker around the tree, swirling in this unnatural way, and they just disappeared. Not like they flew away or anything. They just faded into the fog until I couldn't see them anymore. That's when the fear hit me. I shut off the water, barely noticing that I'd flooded part of the bathroom floor, and ran straight to my parents' bedroom. I burst in without knocking, which was a big no-no in our house, but I was freaking out. "Mom! Dad! There are ghosts outside!" I was crying by this point, my whole body shaking. My dad groaned and pulled the covers over his head, but my mom sat up, looking annoyed at first, then concerned when she saw how upset I was. "Honey, it was probably just birds or the wind moving the branches," she said, but I kept insisting. "No, they were playing. They were spinning around and laughing. They were white and see-through." My dad muttered something about too many scary movies, but my mom actually got up and came with me to the bathroom. By then, of course, there was nothing to see. Outside, just the normal fog and trees. "Look, the floor's all wet," she said, grabbing a towel. "Were you watching for ghosts instead of watching the bathtub?" I tried to explain again, but I could tell she didn't believe me. She helped me clean up the water, checked the window locks, and promised there were no ghosts. But she must have seen how terrified I was, because she stayed in the bathroom while I took my bath, sitting on the closed toilet lid and flipping through a magazine. For months after that, I refused to be alone in the bathroom. I made my mum sit outside the door, and I'd call out to her every few minutes just to make sure she was still there. I stopped taking baths in the morning and switched to quick showers after dinner when the house was full of people and noise. But the worst part was that I kept seeing them. Not as clearly as that first time, and never for as long, but throughout that winter, I'd catch glimpses of those white, translucent shapes out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes they'd be hovering near the mango tree again. Sometimes they'd be floating between our house and my aunt's. Once, I swear one of them was right outside my bedroom window, just floating there in the darkness. I developed this constant feeling of being watched. Every time I was alone, I'd get these intense goosebumps all over my arms, and the back of my neck would tingle. I started sleeping with my desk lamp on, and I'd pile stuffed animals around me like some kind of protective barrier. My parents got concerned enough to take me to a doctor who said it was probably just anxiety and an overactive imagination. My dad even took me to an eye doctor, thinking maybe I had some kind of vision problem that was making me see things. But my eyes were fine. The only person who didn't completely dismiss me was my grandmother. When I told her about what I'd seen, she got this strange look on her face and asked me very specific questions about the time of day and exactly where I'd seen them. She never said she believed me, but she didn't say I was making it up either. She just nodded and gave me this old medallion thing to wear under my clothes, said it was for protection. I wore it every day until the chain broke a few years later. Spring finally came and the fog lifted. The feelings of being watched gradually faded. Then that summer, my dad got a job in the city, about 3 hours away from Pinewood, and we moved. I was so relieved to be leaving that house that I didn't even mind changing schools and leaving my friends. I've never seen those beings again, but sometimes I still dream about them. In my dreams, they're always playing above that mango tree, spinning and rolling through the fog. But in the dreams, they notice me watching. They stop their games and turn toward me, and even though they don't have faces, I can feel them staring back. I'm in university now, studying psychology, trying to find rational explanations for what I experienced. Was it sleep paralysis, hallucinations, just a kid with an overactive imagination? But none of those explanations feel right. Those beings felt real. The giggling in my head felt real. The goosebumps and the feeling of being watched felt real. Sometimes I think about going back to Pinewood, back to that house, to see if they're still there. But honestly, I'm terrified of what I might find. What if they remember me? What if they're waiting for me to come back? So I stay away, and I try not to think about what was playing in the fog above my aunt's mango tree that winter morning. But on foggy days, I still find myself scanning the treetops, half expecting to see those translucent shapes tumbling through the air, playing their mysterious games in a world that overlaps with ours, but isn't quite the same. Story 18. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. Even now, 3 years later, I still get chills thinking about it. After living in Singapore for most of my life, I moved back to India last year when my grandfather passed away. I was born in India, but my parents relocated to Singapore when I was 4, so my connection to India was mostly through summer holidays and family stories. When Dada, my grandfather, died, something pulled me back. I can't really explain it, just this feeling that I needed to be there. I found a decent job at a tech startup in Bangalore as a software developer. The pay wasn't as good as Singapore, but the cost of living was lower, and I was excited to reconnect with my roots. My parents decided to join me a few months later. They'd been planning to retire in India anyway, so my grandfather's death just accelerated their timeline. We moved into my grandfather's old house. It was a bit run down, but had this beautiful courtyard and these amazing mango trees I remembered climbing as a kid. The first few weeks were normal. We cleaned the place up, I settled into my new job, and my parents reconnected with old friends and relatives. But then weird stuff started happening. It began with my mum. She started having these intense stomach pains about a month after we moved in. At first, we thought it was just the change in diet or water, you know? But it got worse really fast. She couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, just doubled over in pain all the time. We took her to 3 different doctors. They ran all sorts of tests. Ultrasounds, endoscopies, blood work, everything came back normal, but she was still in agony. Then my dad started getting these splitting headaches. Not normal headaches. I'm talking about the kind where he'd literally bang his head against the wall to try to make it stop. He couldn't function. The doctors gave him every medication imaginable, even did a CT scan, but found nothing. Here's where it gets really strange. My parents went to a friend's wedding in Chennai for 4 days, and their symptoms completely disappeared, like totally gone. They felt normal again, ate well, slept well, enjoyed themselves. I remember my mum calling me, sounding like her old self, saying maybe they should just move to Chennai. We all laughed about it. But the moment, and I mean the literal moment, they walked back into our house in Bangalore, the pains came back. My mum clutched her stomach before she even put her suitcase down, and my dad immediately went for his headache pills. That's when I started wondering if something was wrong with the house. Maybe mold? Some kind of toxic paint? I didn't know, but it seemed like the only explanation. Then it hit me too. I was at work, coding away, when suddenly part of my vision just disappeared. Like someone had taken an eraser to reality. I had this blind spot that wouldn't go away. I rubbed my eyes, splashed water on my face, but nothing helped. I went to an ophthalmologist the next day, and guess what? They found nothing wrong. The blind spot would come and go. Sometimes I'd be fine for a whole day, then suddenly I couldn't see half my computer screen. I started bumping into things, missing steps. My co-workers noticed. But the vision thing was just the beginning. I started experiencing these blackouts, I guess you'd call them, time lapses. The first one happened about 6 weeks after we moved in. I was leaving work at 5 p.m., said goodbye to everyone, got in the elevator, pushed the button for the ground floor, and the next thing I knew, I was sitting on a bench in a park I'd never been to before, and it was 10 p.m. 5 hours, gone, just gone. I freaked out, called an Uber, and went straight home. I didn't tell my parents because they had enough going on with their own health issues, but it happened again. A few days later, I was in a meeting with my team and suddenly found myself standing in the bathroom, staring at the mirror with no memory of how I got there. My colleague later told me I'd gotten up in the middle of the meeting, said something in a language she didn't understand, and walked out. These episodes kept happening, and I started losing chunks of my memory. People at work said I was behaving strangely, speaking in a deep voice that didn't sound like me, saying weird things that made no sense. My boss called me in one day and showed me code I'd apparently written during one of my episodes. It was completely incomprehensible, just gibberish functions that would never compile. I lost my job 2 months after the blackout started. My boss was actually really nice about it, said I should focus on my health and that my position would be there when I got better, but we both knew something was seriously wrong with me. I fell into a deep depression. I couldn't work, couldn't go out, couldn't function. My parents were still suffering, and now I was too. We were all just existing in this house in constant pain, with no explanation. Then came the 40th day after my grandfather's death. In Hindu tradition, there's a ceremony called Chautha that happens on this day. My parents had organized a priest to come perform the rituals. I was sitting in the corner, trying to ignore the blind spot that was taking up almost half my vision at that point. The priest was in the middle of the ceremony when he suddenly stopped and looked at me, like really looked at me. He put down his things, walked over, and asked if he could check my pulse. I thought it was weird, but I held out my wrist. The moment he touched me, he yanked his hand back like he'd been burned. He started whispering to my parents, and they both went pale. The priest asked if strange things had been happening to us. My parents told him about their symptoms and about my blackouts. He nodded like he'd expected this. "There is something very wrong in this house," he said. "Something was placed here to harm you." My first thought was that this guy was trying to scam us. But then he asked to inspect the house, starting at the main entrance. He walked around the front door, looking at the ground, the frame, the steps. Then he pointed to a spot just to the right of the doorway. "Dig here," he said. My dad got a trowel from the garden shed, and we all watched as he dug into the dirt by the doorstep. About 8 inches down, he hit something. When he pulled it out, I felt the blood drain from my face. It was a small clay doll, about the size of my hand. It was crude, barely resembling a human, but it had a pin stuck through its stomach area. The doll was smeared with what looked like dried blood. The priest told us to keep digging. My dad found 2 more dolls, one with a pin through the head and one with a pin through the eye. I felt sick. The dolls corresponded exactly to our symptoms: stomach pain for my mum, headaches for my dad, and vision problems for me. The priest carefully gathered the dolls and told us not to touch them. He said someone had placed a curse on our family, a form of black magic that was intended to drive us out, or worse. He believed someone wanted the property and was trying to force us to leave, or I don't even want to say it. I was skeptical, even then. But how could I explain the dolls, the matching symptoms? The fact that my parents felt fine when they left the house. The priest burned the dolls in our backyard while chanting mantras. He told us this was just the beginning, that the curse had already taken hold, especially in me. He said I was showing signs of possession, that during my blackouts, something else was controlling me. That explained the deep voice, the strange behavior, the lost time. He warned me that removing the entity would be dangerous. I could die during the process, but if we did nothing, it would eventually consume me completely. I was terrified, but what choice did I have? The priest came back every day for 48 days, performing various rituals. Some days were simple prayers, other days involved me sitting in circles of salt or sacred ash while he chanted for hours. The worst days were when he performed what I can only describe as exorcism rituals. I would black out during these, but my parents told me I would scream in that deep voice, thrash around, say terrible things. After each session, I'd be exhausted, like I'd run a marathon. But gradually, things improved. My vision started coming back. The blackouts became less frequent. My parents' symptoms eased too. By the end of the 48 days, we were all back to normal. The priest told us the entity was gone, but warned us to perform regular protective rituals. We did, religiously. literally. We never found out who placed those dolls there. We had suspicions. A distant relative who had been angry about my grandfather's will, or maybe the man who'd been trying to buy the property for years at below market value, but we had no proof. We ended up selling the house and moving back to Singapore 6 months later. I couldn't stay there, knowing what had happened. I still have nightmares sometimes. In them, I'm digging in the dirt and finding not just 3 dolls, but dozens of them, all with my face. I know this all sounds crazy. If someone had told me this story 3 years ago, I would have thought they were making it up or were mentally ill. But I lived it. My family lived it. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, especially when I'm tired or stressed, I swear I can see something looking back at me that isn't quite me. Story 19. I've been sitting on this for almost 4 years now, and I still can't make sense of it. It keeps me up some nights, wondering if I could have done something different. Maybe if I'd been more vocal about what I felt, or if I'd tried to figure out what was happening instead of just brushing it off. I don't know. I guess I'm writing this down, hoping someone out there might have experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened. Back in 2016, I moved to Snellville, Georgia, to live with my cousin Miguel. I'd just gotten a job at a warehouse about 20 minutes away, and he had a spare room in his mobile home he was willing to rent to me for cheap while I got on my feet. It wasn't anything fancy, just a double wide in one of those communities where the homes are packed pretty close together, but it was clean and affordable. The setup was simple. Miguel had the master bedroom with its own bathroom, and I took the smaller bedroom that shared a wall with his. There was another bathroom in the hallway that I was supposed to use, but sometimes, when Miguel was at work, I'd use his bathroom instead because it was nicer and had better water pressure. The first time I used his bathroom, I noticed something weird. The moment I stepped inside, the temperature dropped noticeably. I'm not talking about a slight chill, it was cold enough that I got goosebumps. I remember thinking the AC vent must be positioned weirdly or something. I did my business quickly and got out of there. The second time I used it, about a week later, I felt the same cold, but also this pressure. It's hard to explain. It was like someone was in there with me watching. I actually turned around a couple times because it felt so real. I was in the middle of shaving, and I swear the hair on the back of my neck stood up. My whole vibe changed. Like 1 minute I'm jamming to music in my head, feeling good, and the next minute I just felt flat, drained, like someone had switched off my energy. I chalked it up to being tired from working double shifts that week. But after that, I avoided using Miguel's bathroom unless I absolutely had to. About a month after I moved in, Miguel's girlfriend Valeria started staying over a lot. One morning, I was in the kitchen making coffee when she came, out looking tired and irritated. She asked me if I ever noticed how cold Miguel's room got at night. "It's ridiculous," she said, pouring herself some coffee. "I bring an extra blanket every time I stay over now. And it's only his room. The rest of the house is fine." I asked her if she felt anything else weird in there. She looked at me funny. "Like what?" I shrugged, not wanting to sound crazy. "I don't know, just weird vibes or something." She stared at her coffee for a second. "Sometimes I feel like someone's watching me when I'm in the bathroom. Miguel says I'm being paranoid." That's when I knew it wasn't just me, but I still didn't say anything to Miguel. What was I going to say? "Your room is haunted." He'd laugh in my face. A couple weeks later, Miguel and I were having beers on the tiny deck behind the mobile home. It was late August, hot as hell outside, but pleasant enough once the sun went down. We'd gone through about 4 beers each when Miguel suddenly asked, "Hey, you ever feel anything strange in my bathroom?" I nearly choked on my beer. "What do you mean?" He looked uncomfortable, like he was embarrassed to even bring it up. "I don't know, man. It's probably nothing, but sometimes it gets really cold in there, even when the AC isn't running hard. And I get this feeling like..." He trailed off. "Like someone's watching you?" I finished for him. His eyes widened. You feel it too? I thought I was going crazy. We compared notes, and it turns out we'd both been experiencing the exact same things. Miguel admitted he'd been sleeping with the TV on because he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. He said sometimes he'd wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was standing at the foot of his bed. Why didn't you say something? I asked. He shrugged. Didn't want you to think I was losing it. Plus, it's not like it's hurting anyone, just creepy, you know? The very next day, Miguel moved his stuff into the third bedroom, the one we'd been using as a kind of office storage space. He cleared it out and set up his bed in there. When I asked him about it, he just said, "I'm not dealing with that shit anymore." We turned the master bedroom into a guest room, but honestly, nobody ever stayed in there. When Valeria came over, she stayed in Miguel's new room. When friends visited, they crashed on the couch. That room just sat there, door closed, like we were both pretending it didn't exist. About 8 months after I moved in, Miguel got a job offer in Tennessee. Since I was doing okay at my job and could afford the rent on my own, I thought about staying. But something about that house, especially that room, made me uneasy. So when my lease was up at the warehouse, I found another job closer to Atlanta and moved out too. The mobile home's owner found new tenants right away, a young couple with 3 little girls. The oldest couldn't have been more than 5, and the youngest was just a baby. I met them briefly when I was moving out the last of my stuff. They seemed nice. The dad worked night shifts at some factory, and the mum stayed home with the kids. The little girls were excited about having their own rooms, and the parents were taking the master bedroom. I remember feeling a twinge of worry, but what was I going to say? "Hey, by the way, there might be a ghost in your new bedroom." They would have thought I was nuts. I moved to my new place, about 30 minutes away, and mostly forgot about the mobile home. Then, almost exactly a year later, I got a call from Miguel. "Did you see the news?" he asked, his voice shaking. "What news?" "The mobile home. There was a fire." My stomach dropped. "Was anyone hurt?" The silence on the other end told me everything. Miguel finally spoke. "The mom and all 3 girls. They didn't make it." I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. "What happened?" "Fire started in the middle of the night. The dad was at work. When he got home around 6 in the morning, there were fire trucks and police cars everywhere." I sat down, trying to process this. "The whole place burned down." "That's the thing," Miguel said, his voice dropping almost to a whisper. "It didn't. The fire was contained to one room." I knew before he said it. "The master bedroom." "Yeah. The investigators can't figure it out. The fire didn't spread beyond that room. They're saying it might have been electrical, but they can't find the source." I couldn't speak. All I could think about was those little girls, that young mom. Could we have prevented this somehow? Should we have warned them? Miguel was thinking the same thing. "You think it's related to the weird stuff we felt?" "I don't know," I said honestly, "but it's a hell of a coincidence." We talked a bit longer, both of us shaken. Miguel had found out about the fire from a former neighbor who still had his number. According to the neighbor, the dad was completely devastated. He kept saying he'd told his wife about fixing the wiring in that room because the lights would flicker sometimes, but they hadn't gotten around to it. After we hung up, I sat there for a long time, just staring at nothing. Then I went online and found a local news article about the fire. It was brief, just the facts about when it happened, that 4 people died, that the cause was under investigation. There was a picture of the mobile home with the windows of the master bedroom blackened, but the rest of the structure intact. It looked almost surgically precise, like something had decided exactly what part of the house to destroy. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, the cold spots, the feeling of being watched, the way both Miguel and I felt our energy drain in that room, the way we both eventually avoided it completely. And then, a year later, a fire that killed 4 people, a fire that somehow stayed contained to just that one room. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts or demons or whatever, but I know what I felt in that room, and I know what happened later. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in there was trying to drive us out first. And when that didn't work with the new family, it did something worse. I drive through Snellville sometimes for work. I've never gone back to look at the mobile home, but I wonder if anyone lives there now. I wonder if they've rebuilt that room, and if they feel the cold or the eyes watching them. I wonder if they know what happened there, and I wonder if I should have done something more. Story 20. I don't talk about this much. Actually, I've barely told anyone. It happened when I was 12, and even now, 10 years later, I still get chills thinking about it. I know how it sounds, trust me. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were making it up or had watched too many horror movies. But I know what I saw that night in Ohio, and it wasn't human. This happened in Belleville, Ohio. Tiny town, population like 3,000. I was staying with my dad for the weekend. My parents split when I was 9, and Dad had moved in with his girlfriend Shannon about a year before this happened. Shannon had a 14-year-old daughter named Allie, who I got along with okay, even though she was older and into different stuff than me. It was mid-January, freezing cold, the kind of night where your breath makes these huge clouds in front of your face. I remember I was just hanging out in the guest room, reading and listening to music on my iPod. Yeah, it was that long ago, when Allie knocked on my door. She poked her head in and asked if I wanted to go to this youth group thing with her and her boyfriend Evan. I hesitated. I was 12, and they were both 14, high school freshmen. I was still in middle school. But I was also bored out of my mind, and Dad and Shannon were watching some reality show I hated in the living room. "What kind of youth group?" I asked. "Just like games and stuff. At that church building across town, Evan says a bunch of people are going." I wasn't super into church stuff, but the promise of games and stuff sounded better than sitting alone in the guest room all night. Plus, Allie rarely invited me anywhere, so I felt kind of special. Dad seemed happy I was making an effort to be social, his words, and said it was fine as long as we were back by 10. He offered to drive us, but Evan was already walking over, and Allie insisted it wasn't that far. "Like 20 minutes tops," she said. "We'll bundle up." So we did. I put on my heaviest coat, a hat, gloves, and this scratchy scarf my grandma had knitted for me. Evan showed up a few minutes later. He was tall and skinny, with this floppy brown hair that kept falling in his eyes. He seemed nice enough, always joking around. We headed out around 7:30. The temperature had dropped even more, and the wind cut right through my layers. The streets were empty. Everyone with any sense was inside where it was warm. The walk felt way longer than 20 minutes. My toes were numb, and my face hurt from the cold. "How much further?" I asked, teeth chattering. "Just up ahead." Evan pointed to a small, one-story building at the end of the street. It didn't look like a church to me, more like some kind of community center, or maybe an old school building. It was brick with a flat roof, and these rectangular windows spaced evenly along the sides. There was a small parking lot, completely empty, which should have been our first clue something was off. As we got closer, I noticed there were doors at both ends of the building, connected by a long hallway. You could actually see straight through from one door to the other because there was a single light on in the hallway, but the rest of the building was dark. "Where is everyone?" I asked, rubbing my hands together to get some feeling back. Evan checked his phone. That's weird. Maybe we're early." We walked up to the door and tried it. Locked. Evan cupped his hands around his eyes and peered through the window in the door. "I don't see anyone," he said. "Just that light at the end of the hall." Allie pulled out her phone next, scrolling through some messages. "Wait, Evan, what day did they say this was happening?" Evan's face fell. Thursday, right? Today's Wednesday, Ali said, looking annoyed. I remember feeling this wave of frustration. My feet were freezing, my nose was running, and we'd walked all this way for nothing. So there's no youth group, I asked, my voice coming out whiny even to my own ears. Guess not, Evan shrugged. My bad. Ali punched him lightly in the arm. You're bad. We just walked for like half an hour in the freezing cold. Let's just rest here for a minute before we head back, Evan suggested. At least we're out of the wind. The building had this small concrete overhang that blocked some of the wind, so we huddled there, stamping our feet to keep warm. I remember checking the time on my phone, 7:58. I need to pee, Ali announced after a couple minutes. Well, the building's locked, so good luck with that, Evan laughed. Ali rolled her eyes and moved closer to the door, peering through the window. Maybe there's a bathroom we could... Oh my God! The way her voice changed, from annoyed to something else entirely, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. She backed away from the door so quickly she bumped into Evan. What? What is it? Evan asked, steadying her. Ali's face had gone completely white. Her mouth was open, but no words were coming out. She just kept shaking her head. Very funny, I said, thinking they were trying to scare me. They did stuff like that sometimes, treating me like a little kid they could freak out. No, seriously, look, Evan said, moving toward the door. He looked through the window and his whole body went rigid. Holy shit, he whispered. What? I demanded, starting to feel genuinely nervous. What are you guys seeing? There's something in there, Evan said, his voice shaking. In the hallway. What, like a person? I asked, still half convinced they were messing with me. Not a person, Ali said quietly. Look for yourself. I didn't want to. Everything in me was screaming not to look. But curiosity got the better of me. I stepped up to the door, stood on my tiptoes, and peered through the window. The hallway was long and narrow, with that single light bulb burning at the far end. At first I didn't see anything unusual. Then I noticed movement about halfway down the hall. What I saw next is burned into my memory forever. There was a figure crouching on the floor. As I watched, it began to stand up, unfolding itself in a way that wasn't right. Its limbs were too long, impossibly long, and they moved in jerky, unnatural angles. It was wearing what looked like a dark suit, but the proportions were all wrong. The arms extending well past where hands should be, the legs too thin and jointed in extra places. The worst part was its face, or where its face should have been. The skin was a stark, sickly white, but there were no features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank, smooth surface. As it stood to its full height, its head brushed against the ceiling. It must have been at least 9 feet tall. Then it began to wave its arms, these frantic, erratic movements that reminded me of a malfunctioning windmill. Its fingers, too many fingers, splayed out like spider legs. I jumped back from the door, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. I couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. My entire body was trembling. You saw it too, Ali whispered, grabbing my arm so tight it hurt. I could only nod. We need to get out of here, Evan said, his voice cracking. Now! But instead of running straight back the way we came, Evan suggested we walk around the building first. I think he was trying to convince himself there was a logical explanation. Maybe someone was playing a prank, projecting something onto the glass or whatever. It was a stupid decision, but we were scared and not thinking clearly. Just don't look in any more windows, Ali said, as we started walking around the perimeter of the building. I kept my eyes fixed on the ground, counting my steps to distract myself from the fear coursing through my body. 27 steps along the side of the building. I could hear Evan and Ali whispering to each other, but couldn't make out what they were saying over the sound of the wind and my own heartbeat in my ears. When we reached the back of the building, I heard it, a soft tapping sound. tap, tap, tap against glass. I refused to look up, but I knew the sound was coming from one of the windows. "Guys," I whispered, tugging on Ali's sleeve. "Do you hear that?" The tapping got louder, more insistent. Tap, 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 tap. "Just keep walking," Evan said, his voice strained. "Don't look." We picked up our pace, practically jogging by the time we rounded the last corner of the building. When we reached the parking lot again, we broke into a full run and didn't stop until we were several blocks away. We finally slowed down when my lungs felt like they were on fire. I doubled over, hands on my knees, gulping down the freezing air. What was that thing?" I gasped. "I don't know," Evan said, running his hands through his hair over and over. I don't know." Ali was crying silently, tears freezing on her cheeks. "It wasn't human," she said. "Did you see how tall it was? How it moved?" The walk back to my dad's place was a blur. We didn't talk much, just hurried through the empty streets, jumping at every shadow and sound. When we got back, Dad asked if we had fun, and we all mumbled something about the event being cancelled. I remember Shannon commenting on how pale we looked, asking if we were coming down with something. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that faceless head, those impossibly long limbs. I kept thinking I heard tapping on my window, though I knew we were on the second floor. The next morning, I asked Ali if she and Evan had been pranking me. She looked me dead in the eyes and swore they hadn't. "We saw it too, Mia," she said. "I've never been so scared in my life." I didn't stay at Dad's place for a few months after that. Made up excuses about school projects and Mom needing help at home. When I did go back, Ali and I never talked about what happened. It was like we had this unspoken agreement to pretend it never occurred. Years later, when I was in college, I got a text from Ali out of the blue. She'd been going through old photos and found one of us from that winter. She asked if I remembered that night at the youth building. When I said I did, she admitted she still had nightmares about it sometimes. "Do you think it was real?" I texted back. Her response came immediately. "I know it was. I've researched it since then, read about similar sightings, about entities that match that description. Some people call it Slender Man, but this was years before those stories became popular online, and what we saw wasn't exactly like the pictures I've seen. It was worse, more real, more wrong. I've never gone back to that building. I don't even know if it's still there. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear that tapping again. Tap, tap, tap against glass. And I wonder if whatever we saw that night is still looking for us, still trying to get our attention through the windows of our lives. Whatever it was, the three of us saw it. That's the part I can't explain away, no matter how hard I try. Three different people, all seeing the exact same impossible thing. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Most days, I'm not sure I believe it myself, but I know what I saw.